Tyler Reddick has been the fastest man all day here at the Circuit of the Americas.
Come on, we're here!
Out of 4, Reddick wins at Kansas.
Reddick there in the 45 wanted to know what the state of those tires that are coming off the race car, what they look like, so he can sort of judge how much he can push on these.
Checkered flag is in the air. Tyler Reddick gets there first.
Yeah! Great work, guys! Tyler, there you go!
And we found that Tyler Reddick can win on any type of racetrack or course, which he has won on road courses 3 times already in his career. So one of the best at this as well. His crew chief is Billy Scott, and right now down with him is Dave.
Well, Rick, as you can imagine, with this weather moving through the area right now, things are becoming very, very chaotic. Not chaotic on the booth. It's controlled chaos here up on top of the 45. Billy's been talking with driver and engineers, trying to figure out what's going to happen next. What word are you waiting for from NASCAR on decision making here?
I think we're just kind of waiting to see what the weather does here. Got a couple minutes to make a decision on what we go do a sight lap on. We are allowed to come down after the first lap and change them. I think that's where we're at right now, to go out there and not lose position. So now it's just debate going on the radio on what we wanted to sight lap on, and yeah, a lot of it's going to be up to Tyler when he gets out there.
Billy, once he is racing, what are the biggest pitfalls, or I guess you should say potholes on a street course, right, that you face as a crew chief in decision making?
Well, before it was just a matter of, you know, maintaining track position and making sure that we are, you know, got enough fuel to get to the end, and looks like a one-stop strategy. But now this is obviously going to change stuff, and it's just a matter of adapting to the situation.
All right, Billy, thanks very much. We'll let him get back to work. He's looking at everything, talking to everyone that he can talk to. And, of course, Marty will be up here a little bit later, checking in with them periodically on what they're doing as well. We'll have the Xfinity 360 cam in Tyler's car, so we'll be able to ride with Tyler and watch him progress from just inside the top 5 in this race.
Yeah, Dave, we're embedded with that 45 team today in stage 2, which is great, that all access to the team. Steve, we just heard Billy Scott mention his situation. NASCAR has told them if they want to change the tires right now, they can, or they can do this inspection lap, go around, get a feel for it, change tires then, and they don't lose their starting position.
Well, you're going to do the inspection lap either way. In my mind, you would absolutely put rain tires on now, just to make sure you don't go out on slicks. You don't know what it's like all the way at the end of Lakeshore Drive, right? I mean, that's quite a ways from here. There could be more puddles, there could be slick. You know, these slick tires have very little grip in the wet conditions. So put the treaded tires on now, and you can tell they're treaded because of the white Goodyear. That's a slick, that's a yellow Goodyear. That's how you tell the difference. They're going to allow them to make a lap at slow speeds behind the pace car. That will give the driver the ability to see the track firsthand, and then the teams have the option. You can stay on the slicks, you can go to the treaded. It's free. You line up in your original starting position, and then we're going to see racing,
which we're looking forward to. Let's listen into the 11 radio of Denny Hamlin here as he sits in the car.
Right now, I think if we were dropping the green right away, you would need them for a short period of time, then not need them anymore. It is super splotchy. Another cell about 5 miles out that might flip us again. Currently, it looks like we're in the dry whenever it quits fully raining.
So that's crew chief talking about what we need to do here as far as Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, so what I love about, you know, NASCAR on the road or now street courses is that the amount of confidence in these rain tires means it's really up to the teams, unlike New Hampshire where there was kind of a mandated situation. You see, we're at the white dot. You see that cell just to the left of it. I think that's what the 11 team was talking about, that one could also hit. I'm a big fan of putting it in the team's hands. I know at New Hampshire on the oval, not a lot of experience, high-speed oval. At the road courses just here a year ago, we saw a ton of wet weather action. So I just think this right here is going to make what I was already excited to see even more exciting. This was a year ago, Rick.
Yeah, this is what we saw a year ago. Again, it had rained 8 inches of rain in less than a 24-hour period. The people here in Chicago did an amazing job getting the track ready, or the streets ready. And ultimately, some were able to navigate the streets and some weren't.
Yeah.
And then you had mentioned New Hampshire, one of the first times that NASCAR has ever finished a race on wet weather tires.
Yeah, the first time ever to finish. You see the heavy rains. The big difference is this is a 1 mile ovals. This is a very high-speed oval. We didn't know what to expect, but look how well the drivers did. They used the entire racetrack top to bottom. We saw a few incidents, but overall, it was really, for me, I've been around the sport 30 years, that was shocking how much grip the drivers had.
And Steve, the uniqueness about the wet tires is the drivers will actually seek the wet weather part or the wet of the racetrack or the streets to keep their tires cooler.
Yeah, they have so much grip that they can actually overheat, so you're going to have to try to search out some wet spots on the straightaway. Parker, what's it feel like out there?
Well, this is why I think this is an interesting decision for these crew chiefs. If you look at the 7 car here, look underneath it. It's dry underneath this car. It barely rained here, just enough to get the asphalt wet, but underneath the cars, it's still dry, showing you how little it just rained. It's going to be enough to maybe want to be on wet tires for, I don't know, a lap, maybe max. If it stays like this and doesn't rain again, that's why this is such an interesting decision for these teams.
It's real easy, Rick. If it's too wet for dries, you're going to wreck. And if it's too dries for wet, you're going to be really slow. So you're going to have to decide which one you want to be on. You know why it's easy? Because I'm in the TV booth.
Yeah. I would like to have known if Parker would like to be on slicks or if he would like to be on wet weather tires right now as they get ready to fire the engines once again. And the crews are helping them put the window nets back up. And the engines are firing here momentarily.
We make a lot about the size of this event because it is such an unreal setting. You know, basically at the foot of these side scrapers in the middle of Chicago. But this development by NASCAR and Goodyear and the commitment by the teams to be able to run in these passing showers, that's what makes this all possible, right? I mean, if you win here and you try to shut down these streets and Grant Park and we had no choice but to wait for perfect weather, that would kind of take it out of the hands of this opportunity. This is, I didn't expect to see it actually looking at the forecast, but I agree with Parker. I think it's going to be a short-lived decision for those that stay on wets.
See the officials.
So right there, you can tell the white Goodyear lettering, Ryan Blaney sitting on treaded. Now this would be my decision because remember, we're going to go out, we're going to go slow. We can come down pit road and change our minds. You know, let's not assume the kind of grip level. Now Bell, they feel really good. You see the yellow lettering. They're still sitting on the slicks.
And again, a reminder, NASCAR has told these teams that they will be able to roll around one lap on the track. You had mentioned it, an inspection lap to kind of get a feel for it. If they come down the first time onto pit road and change tires, they're allowed to keep their starting position. After that, they have to come out where they come out in relation to the rest of the field.
And there's a few other things that go along with these wet weather tires. You see the windshield wipers, they stand right out at you. But there's also, I'm going to call them mud flaps for, you know, a better terminology. They're behind the rear tires. It's to keep the spray down, really for visibility. It has nothing to do with traction. And then if we look right at the rear of the tail, you're going to see those lights right there. There's one right there. Now, those aren't brake lights. Those are flashing lights. And that's just for, you know, proximity to another car if there is a little spray. Now, we didn't see those at the oval. That's a road course racing only thing. NASCAR also has the opportunity. Last year, they had to take it for single file restarts. I would be shocked if we did that again here, but we'll see what NASCAR decides.
Yeah, we saw Parker mention it just a moment ago, that it wasn't a really heavy shower. It did get the top of the asphalt, the concrete wet, but at the same time, under the cars, there's no precipitation there. So we're looking forward to this just being, as we mentioned, a passing shower, and these drivers and teams to be able to get out there and race. Now, Steve, I think you've got an opportunity to dial up one of our drivers.
Yeah, it's one thing for us to talk about. Let's dial up the driver of the 34, Michael McDowell. Let's see, make sure they're on the radio. Hey, Michael, it's Letarte and the guys in the NBC booth. You got a copy? Try him one more time here. Hey, Michael, it's Letarte in the NBC booth. You got a copy? Nope. Sorry for the technical issues. We're going to try to talk to him there real quick. That's actually another conversation I had with a bunch of crew chiefs. You know, things you don't think of.
Yep.
Right here in the heart of the city, all the RF signals has affected a lot of their radios. 2-3 spotters around this racetrack and radio communications. You know, some teams have had no issues. Other teams have had a little bit of struggle. They've had to go from channel 1 to channel 2.
And remember, they have antennas on the top. When they put the covers on them, they take those antennas off. I hope they didn't take the antenna off the 34 and then forget to put it back on after they took the cover off.
I think it's good luck if you don't. I think the last guy that hears on the radio went on to win the race, so maybe it's good luck. So here's a great look right here on board. You see, you know, it's a damp racetrack, but it's not like it's very, very wet. Heck, it's probably going to be dry underneath the crossover, right? I mean, it's not a lot of rain.
hear them testing to see what the traction and grip level is. While they have rolled off of pit road, let's check in on the 12 team with Dave.
Yeah, let's look at our reigning champion and what he's got going this year. Just remember, it was 3 races ago that they finally got that playoff clinching win at Iowa, the 17th race of the season, so that's on their side. When I talked to crew chief Jonathan Hassel this morning, he said the other thing is, remember last year at this race, we were coming off a really hard crash for Ryan at the Nashville Super Speedway. This year, not so much. We are in a good spot. Reboot was the word he used. We're taking this as our first race at Chicago, and we are going to make the most of it. Kim?
Dave, Daniel Suarez and this team have faced their fair share of struggles this season despite winning earlier at Atlanta, and they're looking for ways to improve. That meant this weekend, Suarez also ran the NASCAR Xfinity Series race yesterday. He said normally he would be very reluctant to say yes to running double duty, but he felt like he could really benefit and gain from extra seat time on this course. He was very pleased with what he learned yesterday about the street course. We'll see if it pays off here this afternoon, Marty.
Kim, when I asked Steve for a dark horse today, he picked the driver right in front of Daniel Suarez, Alex Bowman, who's pretty good at road courses as well. Talked to the team earlier today. They said the good part about practice is they literally got better every lap as Alex got more comfortable. But Jeff Burton, now the decision for Alex Bowman and all of these drivers has to be made right here. Do we go with rain tires or do we go with slicks? How's the track look in front of you?
Well, Marty, one of the most difficult decisions is going to be about, when do I put dries on? And that was down here in turn 11 last year in the water. This was one of the slower driving parts of the racetrack, and you can see there's puddling on the racetrack now where the grooves of the road. Remember, this is Michigan Avenue. This is not a racetrack. This is a 30-mile-per-hour zone where cars are every single day, and there are just spots of water, and we saw that here last year. And remember, it is a heavy braking zone that leads right into underneath me, and if you do not get slowed down because of the slickness of the racetrack, you're going to make contact with these tire barriers.
Well, and Jeff, that's the other issue, right? On board right here with the Ally camera on the front bumper of Alex Bowman, one thing that makes a street course different, and it's obvious from this camera angle, no runoff. Barriers on both sides. You make the wrong decision at Watkins Glen or Sonoma, you might just slide off into the grass or slide off into the sand pits. Not here. If you slide here, you're going to make contact.
You mentioned those barriers, the walls on either side interlocking. They're 10,000 pounds apiece. So they will stop the cars from making their way off of this course as the field making their way on turn 11 and up over the bridge to turn 12. This is the opportunity where if you want, you come down pit road and you can change tires. So if you were on slicks, you can change tires to wet weather tires, or if you were on wet weather tires, you can change back to slicks and you don't lose your starting position. Dave.
On pit lane now, second fastest qualifier, Ty Gibbs. They told him, if you're confident, we're confident in the slicks. We will put the non-treaded tires on and act like the track is going to dry quickly. As for Shane Van Gisbergen in the 16, they had the dry tires waiting. You see him going on there, so he too will go on the slicks. These two drivers thinking that's the play to start this race.
How ginger will you have to be around this racetrack, especially in front of Burton there on Michigan Avenue in turn 11?
Well, I think that's going to be the challenge. Burton is, it doesn't look bad on pit road, but what you showed us over there, it looked pretty damp.
Well, it is very damp, and guess what? It started to rain again. So, as they came through here, it wasn't raining. And as soon as they left, it started raining. That's information they don't have. So, I love the idea of giving the crew chiefs and the teams a decision to make what tire I want to put on the race car. But there's a ramification if you choose wrong. You can see it's still raining over here.
I love the idea in here. I'm not sure I'd love the idea if it was on one of those pit blocks. Actually, that's not true. These teams love control. They want the control. I appreciate that. But you see right there, just the rear tires, how easy they spun on the 5 car.
Bagman, you're right in the center of this entire course. What's the weather like where you are?
Well, it started to rain again. What just hit Jeff in turn 11? It's now moved over here to turns 1 and 6. But when they came through on the investigation lap, it started to dry out. We could see portions of this racetrack drying. So you've got puddles in 11. You've got drying in 1 and 6. I don't know how these crew chiefs are going to make this decision. Dylan Welch, what about you in turn 4?
Yeah, this is one of the cool things about doing radio style on a day like today. We're getting the real feel for the elements out here. It was dry over here on the inside of turn number 4, but like you, Mike, it has started to sprinkle just ever so slightly, not even enough to dampen the racing surface over here, but it's raining enough to where these guys are definitely going to see it on their windshield. And we talked already today about high commitment and the nature of this corner and what that challenge presents. I would not want to go through here with it being a little bit wet like it is down here right now on slick tires. It is going to be interesting to see these guys come all the way down Lakeshore Drive and get this car slowed down and turned down here through turn 4 and 5.
That's a great update from all around the race surface. Now just that was the free tire change. We still have pace laps. We still have our normal run of show. Teams can still come change tires, but you're going to lose track positions. That was the one free chance you had.
We'll see if anybody decides now after making another lap if they want to change back to the wet weather tire. We'll be back for the green flag shortly. Today's aerial coverage is brought to you by Shady Rays. Down on Grant Park, Balboa there as they come up to Lakeshore Drive, as we have Lake Michigan right here at the bottom of your screen. And 7 cars have wet weather tires on, at least the last time by, as they're going 2 by 2 now and getting ready for the start.
Yeah,
let's go to pit road right now and Kim.
Yeah, a lot of discussion on whether or not teams should put slicks or wet weathers on. Here was a conversation between Travis Peterson and his driver, Michael McDowell.
Still going to come down to the 50-50 shot of what the cell that's 15, 20 miles out does. The reins will get burned up pretty quick here. It stays dry for a little bit. We'll see what happens. We stayed with the guys that are racing. That's going to be our plan all day.
So they elected to put slicks on after taking the sight lap in wet weather tires. They felt like the back half of the track definitely slicker, but felt like it was going to be dry in about 2 laps of racing. The interesting thing is, on the flip side, Austin Cindric, that team ran out of time on the grid to put the wet weather tires on for the sight lap. They took their sight lap in slicks and decided they wanted wet weather tires to start this race, Marty. So lots of different perspectives on pit road.
And Kim, when there are mixed conditions like this, it's usually who goes to the slick tires first is who has the most speed. Steve mentioned it earlier. The wet weather tires certainly help when it is wet out, but when it's not, they're certainly a lot slower as well. Bubba Wallace, you see him, terrific qualifying effort. He is on slick tires. But Steve, here's part of the game as well that Booty Barker was mentioning, and you heard it from the 34 team. There is weather coming very soon. So what would you have made as a decision, Steve? Would you have gone on slicks from what you've seen on the track, or would you have gone wet weather tires?
So I think the track they're currently riding around on, slicks would work. The problem is when you look at the radar, I believe weather is coming, and I think you can kind of nurse the wet weather tires. Once again, we're right there in that white dot. You see just to the left where that kind of R1 pops up, that bright yellow. That's, 10, 12, 15 miles away. So the problem with this, unlike other surfaces, we talk a lot about the streets, but look at all the paint. You have crosswalks, you have arrows, you have all of these things. That is going to be less grip than just the asphalt. Plus,
puddles.
I'm no meteorologist, but that's a puddle.
And there is absolutely rain falling there. You see the drips on the puddles, so we know that rain is coming down, and that's right there in the turn 11, turn 12 area as we ride along with the Busch Light Peach onboard camera of Ross Chastain. Again, we'll have some great vantage points here from the bumpers of quite a few cars today.
Well, let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car. We can break down exactly all the parts and pieces. You see the windshield wiper working very hard. I mentioned the lights. You're going to see teams in the rear window, also on the rear bumper. And then the flaps, those have to go behind the rear tires. We're going to take the slick tires off. The flaps are already installed. We're going to put the treaded tires on. It's just like your tire on your street car, right? You have to give the water somewhere to go. So the wet weather tires not only have those treads to dissipate the water, it's also a softer rubber to grip the racetrack more, and even the sidewall's more squishy. That's why in the dry, it's slower. Like the treads don't touch as much asphalt as slick tires, and they just are kind of squishy. They almost feel flat versus the slicks that are meant to be high speed.
We saw the pace car, the lights go off. That means that the green flag is coming out next time by.
So, I loved the conversation this week. I heard Tyler Reddick and Denny Hamlin on the podcast talk about this exact thing a year ago. Denny went down in turn 1 on the rain, and he lifted, and Reddick flew right by him. And Hamlin was like, you were crazy. I had no idea the level of grip. So now I just wonder the mindset of all these drivers. Who is going into turn 1 thinking they're gaining spots, and who is going to go into turn 1 thinking to just not have a big issue?
Let's listen into the radio of the man who won this race 1 year ago, the 16 team and Shane Van Gisbergen.
We'll just have a fun, good day. Repeat what you do here.
Yep, patient all day. Be there at the end. Good luck, guys. Thanks for doing this with me.
Remember, Shane is running full-time in the Xfinity Series, where, by the way, he won here yesterday in the Xfinity Series on this street course. He's won 3 times already in the Xfinity Series, and again, won the very first Cup Series street course race 1 year ago, and that was his initiation into NASCAR. It changed his life. He was going to be a part of the supercars, has 3 times been the champion of that series, and this is what he was able to do a year ago, getting by Justin Haley late in the race and then pulling away.
When you see right behind Justin Haley, that's Chase Elliott, right? Who's won a ton of these road course races. And I think that's it. It's not just the win, but it was the raw speed. It was his car control. There were so many things about him. And since that day, I mean, we're a year later, and he's still the talk of the garage. Mm-hmm. I mean, you mentioned the full-time Xfinity Series. Well, he's won the last 3 Xfinity road course races. He won this one yesterday here on this circuit that had Kyle Larson and the likes of other big names. So it's going to be interesting. Now, it's important to know, you see Larson, Gibbs front row, Reddick, McDowell. We see Bubba Wallace, SVG, the 3-car who will be coming kind of into the picture right there, that bright green 3-car. That's the first driver in the lineup that we believe have wet weather tires. So if he thinks those are going to have more grip, make moves early, attack, push these guys on dries into a level of uncomfortable feeling.
Make it uncomfortable. You mentioned Ty Gibbs. I spoke with him earlier today. He was in that Xfinity Series race. I said, what did you learn? Were you watching, maybe what SVG and Larson were doing? I said, not so much as I just got more track time and more familiar with this course. And so the driver of the 54 starts on the front row, racing against Larson. Over the bridge and heading into turn 12 and about ready to get started once again with street course racing in Chicago. Ty Gibbs using the windshield wiper before they get on the green out of turn 12. Tires already spinning. Green flags in the air. We're racing in Chicago. The field spreading out as they head into turn number 1, Bagman.
Everybody holding their breath off the end of the front straightaway. Ty Gibbs will beat the entire field to turn 1 in the lead. Remember, these drivers are on slick tires, they're not on the wet weather tires. Battle for third. Bowman, then the purple 48, wedging his way to the inside of Michael McDowell in a race for fourth.
They race onto Lakeshore Drive for the first time. Ty Gibbs, the black 54, leading the way as this race for the 4th spot continues. Battle for the lead as Tyler Reddick looks inside Ty Gibbs. They work through 4 for the first time. Here's the right-hander, turn 5. Everybody through cleanly as they hit Columbus Drive.
They exit turn number 5, work their way back onto Columbus Drive. Remember, turn 6 was the trouble corner last year in the wet. Let's see how everybody's about to fare out now as they begin to slowly decelerate, apply pressure to the brake, and ease into this corner. Everybody's gotten a memo so far. Nobody coming in hot. Nobody slamming into the tire barrier. 2 and 3 wide racing down the hill to turn 7.
They're coming to the wettest part of the racetrack, and it is still raining over here. This is narrow, it's technical. It is very difficult in the dry. You can see everybody kind of tiptoeing through here, taking their time, trying not to make a mistake. But right here, the 54 car of Ty Gibbs, this is where so many people had problems piled into these tire barriers last year. A pass right here, 16 of Alvin Van Gisbergen, moving McDowell out of the way.
You see the slipping and sliding. Coming to the green, we had Jones, Barry, Byron all hit pit road before even taking the green flag. We'll see again a lot of commitment, a lot of drivers staying on the racetrack as the 34 continues to search for rear grip down the front stretch.
Watching Shane Van Gisbergen further back in the field, battle for the lead now. A couple of Toyota teammates. Tyler Reddick in the 45, Ty Gibbs in the 54. They now turn right onto Lakeshore Drive. Again, this is the race for the lead, and everybody is minding their P's and Q's so far.
Tiptoeing their way out of 2, down the front stretch into turn number 3 here as Gibbs starts to get some separation from Reddick, who falls back towards Kyle Larson in the 5 car. Single file through the first 5 or 6 cars and all the way through the top 10. Here's Ross Chastain trying to defend from Chase Briscoe as they work through 5 once again.
And Dylan, I have to think that these drivers are on a recon mission right now, just figuring out what are the boundaries of these slicks in these conditions. Every lap that passes will probably take it up a notch here or there. For instance, Kyle Larson in the 5. He tried to outbrake the 45, couldn't do it. That's the battle for second. Here comes Larson back to the inside again.
Yeah, you can see the aggressiveness picking up a little bit. A little bit of dry on the left side of the racetrack. Everybody is being smart, but at the same time, you can't give spots up. Don't want to be too wide through this section. Somebody's got to give. Bubba Wallace with a wise decision. Bowman taking advantage of it.
Gibbs is the first one to get to the racing surface. He's out front. Reddick, then Larson. Van Gisbergen has now passed Larson for that 3rd spot. And you see the 16 making the turn through 12. Marty.
All right, Rick, been running up and down pit road here. Here's a very unofficial count and the driver's Steve that I have on wet tires to start the race. Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 car, Austin Dillon, Ryan Blaney, Corey LaJoie, and all of Team Penske. Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, Harrison Burton as well, Zane Smith. Those are on the wet tires, and Corey LaJoie, I think I mentioned him. So, Steve, you agree with that call as it starts to sprinkle again here on pit road to go with wets, or would you gone slicks?
Well, I thought the wets were going to be a clear advantage, but if yet to see it. The 19 of Truex is up to 10th. But Gibbs, Reddick, SVG, they seem to have a lot of confidence. You see right there, that lead Penske car, that's the 2 of Cindric. You see how aggressive he is into the corner, but it's really not a standout advantage yet. We'll see if it continues that way, if the rain continues to fall.
As they exit turn 5, they're back on Columbus Drive, watching Kyle Busch wedging his way under Denny Hamlin. Here comes Austin Dillon in that black and green 3, trying to do the same. You're on board the Toyota, inboard with Denny Hamlin, on board that is, and now 3 wide, Zane Smith is going to jam it into the bottom. Side by side, he'll race with Dillon. What a move by Zane Smith in 6.
Zane Smith, one of those drivers with wet tires on. He's able to be more aggressive in the braking zones. That's where they really are effective. You can see right here a little bit of a drying lane starting to pop up in 11. Drivers getting more aggressive, a lot of side-by-side on this end of the racetrack. You see where the cars are going, way less water. Another big move right underneath me.
Carson Hocevar in the 77 making that move as he comes at us into turn number 12. But a gamble by some of these teams staying on the slicks or the dry weather slicks, and it's working out because the track is drying as they're picking up speed. Every lap seems to get just a bit faster as they go into one.
And it's helping them that it stopped raining, Rick, here in turn number 1 and turn number 6. And this portion of the racetrack is drying very quickly. There's Shane Van Gisbergen chasing Tyler Reddick in the 45. They race their way around the corner as everybody now is just trying to get that level of comfort. They're back off of 5 and down the straightaway. They're back on Columbus Drive as we're watching the leaders starting to space themselves out and also get a lot of courage at the same time. You're on board with Shane Van Gisbergen. He's riding 3rd, and he is about a 2nd and a 3rd off the lead, but he's about to try to close in Tyler Reddick and take 2nd.
Yeah, I love this shot. Wendy's cam on top of Shane Van Gisbergen's car. You can see how tight it is over here. Look how he uses all of the racetrack. Left side door right against the wall. This left-hander. Watch this right-hander. All but hits it right here. Then moves all the way to the left side to set him up for 11. Again, all of the racetrack. That's the advantage he has, Dave.
And Jeff, he's up 2 positions from where he started, Shane Van Gisbergen, after they put the slicks on by their choice on the 16 car. He was told by crew chief Travis Mack, no strategy, go as hard as you can, and we'll keep you informed on the fuel situation.
It's starting to rain big time over here again at 11. Over here at Congress Loop. Just when you think it's starting to dry, it starts raining again.
And Jeff, that's the farthest north portion of the track as we see the 34 on pit road. Kim.
Yeah, they elected to put wet weather tires on. At first, Michael said there was no concern. He was feeling out the track on the slicks. Now they feel like enough weather is coming in and the track is going to need wet weather tires.
And this is really the challenge because I was just asked by Marty which I wanted to be on. Lap time would say dries. Do you have the leaders running low 91-second laps? The guys on wets running mid 92s, 93s. But then Jeff talked about it. The rain in turn 11, that's what McDowell felt. He radioed in, said, I have to come. He was running 8th. He gave up a great position to change those tires.
And they're coming at you here, Jeff, as they go through 7 now and into the Congress Plaza. We're going to let you talk us through these top 3 cars.
Yeah, Van Gisbergen almost hit the wall on his right side. That's why he lost some ground to Reddick right there. He really had to check up big time. You're going to see a lot of that today. Drivers trying to use all the racetrack, misjudging it, touching the wall. When that happened, they stacked up behind the 16. Larson right behind him.
Gibbs Stallion in front. He has a 1-second lead over Tyler Reddick, and they're at speed. We're still seeing them over 1 block go from 50 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour. Big slide there out of Bubba Wallace as he comes out of 12, but it's still Gibbs out front.
Watching Bubba Wallace there after that slip coming off turn 12, trying to regroup. He is behind that side-by-side battle between Christopher Bell in the black and red 20, and also Kyle Larson there as well. Right now, everybody's just trying to ease their way through as Shane Van Gisbergen starting to feel some heat, Dylan, from Kyle Larson.
And that's the race for 3rd. These two battled fiercely yesterday in the Xfinity race, resuming that again as SVG holds on to the 3rd spot. They work through 3 and down into 4. Still dry over here. Gibbs leads Reddick, Van Gisbergen, Larson, and Christopher Bell off turn 5.
Here they come back onto Columbus Drive. What a battle this is. SVG right now, Shane Van Gisbergen in third. He is about 2 car lengths behind Tyler Reddick in that orange and purple 45 in front of him. Ty Gibbs now leading the way through this corner. And what had been, I guess, the accordion effect for the lead, you could call it. Now it's closing back together. And really, this is a ferocious battle for the lead headed to turn 7 and 8.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs is holding everybody up a little bit. You can see him stacking up behind him. Off of turn 12, we saw Bubba Wallace. This is how slick it is. He's trying to accelerate. He just cannot make rear grip. Alex Bowman, great job not making contact behind him. Watch this from the front. It's just hard to anticipate how much grip the racetrack has until you get there. Bubba just asking a little bit too much out of his car. Pit road's tough here. Denny Hamlin, one of the most experienced drivers, wanted to make his way to pit road, couldn't do it because everybody was below him. Had to make another lap.
Riding along with Alex Bowman and the Ally on board as they go through 1 and into 2, and then they'll be headed right back at you, Dylan, down Lakeshore Drive.
That's right. Everybody's single file right now all the way through the top 10 as they work off of 2. And here is Lakeshore Drive. Great view from the Ally on board with Alex Bowman, who rides in the 6th spot. Everybody's still chasing Ty Gibbs. As Jeff said, kind of backed this field up. Reddick has closed. He's brought Van Gisbergen in line. Christopher Bell peeked to the right side of Kyle Larson in the race for the 4th spot. He'll stay in line as they work through 5.
And they'll stay in single file down Columbus Drive, and they set up for the entrance to turn 6. This is a good braking zone if the driver feels he's got the room to work. Right now, everybody content to stay in line except for Chase Briscoe in the 14. He'll dive bomb Alex Bowman into 6. Bubba Wallace tries to do the same coming up over the bridge.
This racing is amazing. I would not want to be a crew chief or a driver right now trying to make the decision on what to do. It is now quit raining over here, but the radar shows more is on the way. So I don't know how you make these decisions, Steve.
Well, I think right now you have to leave it in the driver's hands because dries are faster, but definitely riskier because you see them slipping and sliding. We'll see what the leaders do if any of them come to pit road, Dave.
Steve, exactly to your point, they told Ty Gibbs 2 laps ago, hey, if you need to come because you think you need the wets, then you come anytime. But so far, he's not done that. Ty Gibbs, 21-year-old, continues to lead.
Gibbs out front by just under a second over Tyler Reddick, Shane Van Gisbergen, Kyle Larson, and Christopher Bell in the top 5. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series Chicago Grant Park 165, presented by Xfinity. Shot of the bean as you download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring, in-car camera, and radio broadcast. You can upgrade to premium for full access to driver audio channels and a completely ads-free experience. Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial. Not very many racetracks where you can watch from your boat, but this is definitely unique, racing on the streets of Chicago. It's still Gibbs out front. Van Gisbergen has moved up to the second spot. Bell now up to third. Larson has fallen back to fourth, and Briscoe now fifth. Up and over the bridge and into turn 7, we see Harrison Burton in the 21 with Ty Gibbs behind him in the 54.
Yeah, and the issue that you have now, if you're Harrison Burton, is you decided to come in, put on wet weather tires, and why you would think they would have more grip, they just don't. You see the overall speed difference. The 54, the 16 just easily drive by the 21 with those dry tires on. Closing in on 10 laps to go in this stage. And the battle at the front between Gibbs and SVG, Rick, is pretty heated. SVG doing a nice job.
Ty Gibbs, SVG racing yesterday in the Xfinity Series. Again, Gibbs knew that he would get track time out there and a little more experience, and right now it's paying off. He's staying in front of SVG.
Yeah, but if he looks in that rearview mirror, Rick, he sees SVG closing in. Ty Gibbs doing a great job. Man, oh, and he almost clipped the wall there coming out of turn number 1. He's doing a great job of managing his race so far. But Dylan, he's got Shane Van Gisbergen pressing hard behind him.
That's right. SVG has gone to the whip the last couple of laps and has closed in on Ty Gibbs in a hurry. Tyler Reddick lost 3 spots through turn 4 a few laps ago. He's back to 6th. These two have been the class of the field so far. They worked through the right-hand turn number 4, and here's turn number 5. This is where Van Gisbergen was so strong yesterday, trying to close on Gibbs again.
And coming out of turn number 5, this is the driest part of the racetrack. Right now, turn 6 is absolutely dry. So this is an opportunity for those drivers to make up ground. Here's Ty Gibbs and Shane Van Gisbergen. They were max send here into 6 as they head down the hill to 7.
This is one of the most difficult braking zones on the racetrack. You can see it's downhill and very rough. Hard to get to keep the tires from sliding. Again, you can see a little bit of a drying over here, Marty.
Jeff, I agree with what you said a moment ago. I would not want to be a crew chief today, Steve. Here's the issue. The weather is coming, and a lot of crew chiefs, including Cliff Daniels, told Kyle Larson this a moment ago. We think it's about 7 to 10 minutes out. So if you are on the slick, Steve, right now, clearly they're a lot quicker, but that rain is coming. When do you commit to that? Do you wait for the rain to start and lose the track, or do you go at them early?
I think you have to wait until you're forced to put them on. As we see, some 3-wide action right here. Man, they did a nice job sorting it out. I think you have to wait for the rain. You just hope it doesn't start raining as you pass the entrance to pit road. 9 laps to go in this stage. The 54 and the 97, or excuse me, the 16. That's why you saw that 3-wide battle in front. They feel the pressure of the leaders coming. Rarely do we see cars go down laps at the street course, but with these alternate strategies, it has mixed up the field.
Just about a 5 up Columbus Drive and downhill and braking into turn number 6. There is a big group of cars in front of the leaders right now. First up in front of Ty Gibbs and Shane Van Gisbergen will be Ryan Preece. Also Joey Logano in the mix. Here's Gibbs. He'll peek to the inside of Preece in that red, white, and blue 41 and 7.
There's nothing these guys can do. They're on rain tires, and they've eaten the rubber off of them. They have to hope it starts pouring rain here pretty quick so they can get that advantage back, because they are going to get lapped, and it's going to put a lot of cars a lap down. That's very unusual on a road course. SVG with a big move on the inside of Gibbs.
The 16.
Christopher Bell trying to go with him.
Yep, now trying to drag race that 19 of Gibbs, 54 of Gibbs as they go on to the front stretch. Now they try to go around Ryan Preece in the 41, and it's Shane Van Gisbergen who's able to take the lead. Here comes Christopher Bell in the 20.
Christopher Bell out of nowhere now is going to challenge his teammate for second. Joey Logano blocking the way. Joey in that yellow and red 22. He's a lap car. All of these cars that are passing him are on the lead lap. led by Shane Van Gisbergen and Ty Gibbs and others out of 2.
All the top 10 has rubber banded back together here. Here's a race for 3rd or 4th, Colin, as Stenhouse has a spin right in front of A.J. Allmendinger, you see there. The leaders working their way down Lakeshore Drive into turn 4. Larson in the 5 runs 4th. Briscoe had a look behind him in the 14. Everybody cordial and orderly this time through 5 and back onto Columbus.
Meanwhile, Shane Van Gisbergen is starting to slowly check out in these conditions, but they have stacked up from second on back with Gibbs and Bell and Larson and lap cars in between them. Briscoe and Larson, a couple of red, white, and blue cars right now exiting 6 and heading downhill to 7.
Yeah, Reddick has a great seat with this battle in front of him. You can see everybody tries to get single file. It's very narrow portion of the racetrack. Cars sliding all over the racetrack. You know, we act like it's dry. It's still damp. It's still very challenging conditions for these drivers, and they are maximizing their opportunities. You can see very tight right there with the 43 car. He's on wets. He's eating the tires rubber off of them.
SVG is out in front. We saw the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who just became a father on Thursday. And a spin here for him.
Yeah, just overcooks it down into turn 1, kind of locks it down, makes some contact with the tire barrier, no real damage. And then SVG in the 16, so we have that car in front is for the lead. The black and green car, he gets a move to the right side, that's in turn 11, and as they chase each other from 11 to 12, Christopher Bell, the 20, right behind the 2 wide. The 16 will use the slower cars and kind of bang the 41 out of the way, then 3 wide. Ty Gibbs has to check up a little bit, but works his way through. Scary moments for the leaders.
We'll ride along with SVG and see how he navigated through 11 and 12 here. He got to the inside of Ty Gibbs in the 54 there. Drag race up and over the bridge into turn 12, and then we saw them split. Ryan Preece in the 41. SVG out in front has an 0.8 of a second lead over Ty Gibbs here in Chicago. Christopher Bell's confidence is building now as he keeps fighting with Van Gisbergen for the lead here in Chicago.
Well, if any driver was upset about last year and SVG winning, it had to be Bell. Such a good car early, and when the race had to be shortened, it kind of ruined his strategy. I think he's been interested in getting back here. You see a big move down the hill into 7. The 16 defends.
We're also seeing the rotors start to glow in the 20, and that's one of the advantages of this cloudy kind of overcast sky right now. You see the glowing of the rotors. But again, it's SVG trying to pull away from Bell, but we're seeing to the west and to the north, it's getting darker. There's rain coming. So that's the tough decision. Do you come to pit road to put on the wet weather tires, or do you stick it out with slicks? There's only 5, now 4 laps to go when they cross the start-finish line. There you see back to the west and to the north of Grant Park.
I know a lot of crew chiefs that love that view. They want you to stay on it so they can try to judge what's coming. The 16 works by the 66, which is traffic. Now the 20 of Bell attacking.
Field works out of turn number 2 and onto Lakeshore Drive. Still dry down here at the southernmost part of this circuit. Shane Van Gisbergen, the leader. Christopher Bell, though, keeping him on as you get a look at him there out of the back of Van Gisbergen as Corey LaJoie is around over on the backside of the course.
Right now he is in turn number 5, facing the wrong way as Corey LaJoie gets turned around before he has an opportunity to make his way onto Columbus Drive.
So the caution does come out to allow LaJoie to get spun back around. We're riding along with the Celsius onboard. He was running 29th, and so this is the caution that now will teams make this decision to come to pit road. Pit road will be open again until 2 laps to go in this stage.
Let's see what happened with the 7 through turn 4 over to turn 5. Turn 4, very, very difficult, heavy braking. You heard Parker Kligerman talk about it in the pre-race, and he just by himself, low on rear grip, a little contact to the wall.
Around goes the 7, caution comes out. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. And by Credit One Bank. NASCAR American Express car. Great shots of Soldier Field, and that's the Field Museum right there in front. You know, SDBG is a big sauce guy. He confirmed, and Wendy's new Saucy Nugs come in 7 different sauces. On Friday, he visited a local Wendy's restaurant here in Chicago to promote Wendy's new Saucy Nugs. To see how serious SVG is about getting the word out, visit Motorsports on the NBC YouTube page and the NASCAR on NBC social handles. So with 3 laps to go, Steve, the rain's starting to come down. The caution came out for the 7 of LaJoie going around. We're hearing from NASCAR they're not going to open pit road.
So basically, here's what happens. NASCAR has said repeatedly that they will not open pit road unless they can go back to green flag racing before the stage finish. They don't want pit stops to determine where you finish in a stage. For that reason, we will run these final 3 laps under yellow, finish stage 1, then open pit road. And by those windshield wipers, we're going to see some decisions on what tires are going to be needed, because that is no longer a damp racetrack, at least down here on the north end of the facility.
Yeah, Eric Jones can agree with us as we saw the Advent Health on board. LaJoie going the right direction still, but we're seeing puddles starting to form on the streets here in Chicago, and under caution as stage 1 about to be complete. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series Chicago Grant Park 165, presented by Xfinity. Well, earlier this week, members of the Chicago Police, Fire, Street, and Sanitation Departments were honored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois with a Hometown Heroes track walk. They were treated to a behind-the-scenes look at how the city's streets were converted into the track for the NASCAR Chicago Street Race. And they met with Cup Series driver Bubba Wallace, who surprised them by revealing their names on the deck lid of his car. The honorees also received passes to yesterday's Xfinity Series race and the music festival. The Hometown Heroes were chosen for their bravery on the job and dedication to the city of Chicago. As a founding partner of the Chicago Street Race, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is proud to help drive access to the race for Chicagoans who make this city great, and thank them for all that they do. All right, Marty, I believe we're going to get a weather update from you, but we probably can see that it's not good.
Pretty good idea what the weather report's going to be, Rick. It is pouring here on pit road as you're on board with the BuildSubmarines.com, on board with Joey Hand, who's driving for Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing this weekend and goes by where Jeff Burton is right now. You can just see the absolute puddles on the racetrack and also here on pit road. Cliff Daniels just told Kyle Larson a moment ago, he said, what is here now will be here for a while. So eventually, Steve, they're going to pit at the end of this stage one as they take one lap to go here in stage one. But it looks like it's going to be a wet weather race, at least for a while here in Chicago. And there's the radar to prove it.
I think that's the key. I think at this point, it's now, you know, it was kind of a mix. How long were you going to be on wets or dries? I think now you could commit to these tires, maybe make some adjustments. You're definitely going to need to pit because really the entire field is on slicks that are on the lead lap. Zane Smith might be the one holdout back during the 71 all the way back at 27th. He might be able to stay out and do something crazy, but the majority of the field is going to pit. Put those treaded wet tires on, and if there's different air pressure or some sort of setting that you think would help, but it is definitely raining now.
And we're going to hear from race leader Shane Van Gisbergen. This is going to be his first career stage win. Listening to his radio.
Yeah, we can hardly drive here through across these lines. So it's going to be stupid in pit lane if we're all on slick. Yeah, it's near undrivable at this speed. That was pretty fun there.
So you hear, I mean, undrivable, even at these low speeds. I like it. Pretty fun.
Yeah.
Having pretty fun.
Well, he mentioned also the paint. You had said that earlier. It's very slick, not only the racing surface, but then you have the paint of the lines, the dashes, the arrows.
Well, we all drive on roads around the country. We all know when it, you know, what do they always say? Hey, when it rains, increase your following distance, do all of those things. Your street cars have wet weather tires on all the time, but it's just, you know, there's oil, there's grit, there's all these things in the streets that are not as present in a racetrack.
Kim.
And it's been a good job by Chase Briscoe under the conditions with the slicks, moved from a 16th starting position up to the 4th position. But what's been really fun to listen to is the radio and how we've seen the weather transition under this caution. When the caution flag first waved, Chase got on the radio and was telling his team, you know, the track looks fine. I don't know if I would put wets on yet. Like, maybe we should stick to slicks. It only took a lap later. He got on the radio and said, wet, 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 wet. We absolutely need wet weather tires. We saw what he was able to do with wet weather conditions in New Hampshire. Should be very fun to watch Chase Briscoe here this afternoon once they switch on those wet weather tires.
And again, that was a rarity. Steve, you brought it up earlier. New Hampshire, an oval racetrack. NASCAR has been trying it. They had tested it on a mile and under, and so it was the first time that it was utilized at New Hampshire, and again, that was just 2 weeks ago. Shane Van Gisbergen is going to get the stage one win, so he keeps up his winning ways in Chicago after winning the Xfinity Series race yesterday, and of course the Cup race a year ago. Making the final loop here through 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Riding along with the Wendy's onboard, looking back from SVG. Dave.
Rick, Ty Gibbs will finish third at the green-white checkered as planned right now anyway. And this is what he thought of the front stretch.
Slows down or dries up a tiny bit, but then the next one will just hit us.
Just watch the track. Obviously it's wet, but the front straightaway is sudsy. So be like go-karting.
Okay.
That was actually the information from Tony Hirschman talking to his driver, giving him a go-kart reference, which Ty does a lot. It's one of the reasons why he's good on these road courses.
Sudsy. I heard the word sudsy out there. I don't think you ever want to hear that when you're behind the wheel of a race car.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment, but I'm not sure what that's giving me for information as far as grip. I guess worse than wet. The big interesting thing is, you know, the only unfortunate part with the car is rolling slow is they don't move the standing water off the racetrack. So we'll see if NASCAR has to feel they have to come out and at least, you know, just blow or jet dry the puddles off the racetrack. Jeff did a nice job of showing the kind of standing water at the back of the track. We'll see what that looks like. The front stretch, you know, no real standing water here.
Nothing like a year ago where we actually saw wheels and tires floating on pit road. So it's going to be Shane Van Gisbergen. He will win stage 1. It ends under caution because of the spin by the 7 of LaJoie, as well as the rain coming out and keeping us under yellow until the end of that stage. Next time by, pit road will be open, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of takers on pit road to switch over to the wet weather tires, as it has started to rain here in Chicago. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide. Take NASCAR on the go with Xfinity Mobile. And NASCAR has let the teams know that the end of this race will happen at 8:20. So if there is a delay and this race gets delayed, that is the last time, the local time, 8:20, when they can race. So that gives at least the pit crews the idea of that's what we're going to if they're not at
local.
The 75
Don't let my
laps.
friends on the East Coast think it's 8:20 local.
8:20 local here in Chicago.
All right. Whew. You see the pit crews getting ready. A lot of conversation in New Hampshire. Remember, they dictated what tires they were on. We also have seen non-competitive pit stops. So not here at the street course. You get to decide, although I think wet tires up and down pit road, but these will be live pit stops. Slow stops will cost positions. Let's see what happens, what everybody chooses to do for adjustments. Dave.
In a football game or maybe even a rugby match, they can change cleats at halftime if they don't like what the field has done and the weather has changed things. These pit crews cannot. They're in their tennis shoes that they plan to be in, so they've got to be very careful. As well, the front three and the rest of the field are on those slicks that they were on. So very gingerly, Shane Van Gisbergen brings the field to pit road. You see the 3 pit stops happening there. Let's head up pit road to Marty.
Dave, the big debate on the 5 radio for Kyle Larson. Were they going to pull a tear off or not? As you see Christopher Bell leave his pit stall, they decide not to pull the tear off because that's the only layer of Rain-X they have on the windshield. Larson wanted to leave it, and the 5 team with a pretty quick stop. I believe Larson gained a couple of spots here going to those wet weather tires.
You see SVG lost 3, and we're going to have a problem here. We've got a bottleneck coming off of pit road, a little bit of contact, and you see the 38 of Todd Gilliland. He was ran into the back of there, but these drivers stopping. We see Bell stopping. Ty Gibbs was stopping. Bowman was stopping. And it got bottlenecked at the end of pit road. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Ashley. For the love of home, shop in-store or online. And by Liberty Mutual Insurance, only pay for what you need. So a little congestion getting off of pit road just moments ago as we saw most of the field, the lead lap cars coming onto pit road. The 71 of Zane Smith stayed out, but this was the problem as you see the jet dryers go by.
Well, that's it. You have the jet dryers. You also have the rest of the field that didn't pit, the lap down cars. So you see Bell, Larson, SVG, as they leave, they have to stop as they're supposed to. Bell stops. It's really an unfortunate spot for the jet dryers to be. The timing couldn't be worse, although they would have been stopped for the cars on the racetrack as well. Now, dry conditions, no big deal, but you could just tell between visibility and probably not seeing, and it looks like, you know, the 23, he's all right. The 45, he probably hits the hardest. But you look at the 45, it still looks pretty good. The nose of that car is no problem.
Teammates. It's got to be bad when you hit your teammate.
You know, it's less than ideal when you're sliding the front tires and you see your teammate in front of you.
So with Zane Smith staying out, that will jumble up the field just a little bit, Marty.
And I just checked in with Billy Scott. He said the nose of Tyler Reddick's car is fine. There's a very small hole at the top of the nose, but they feel like everything should be fine. Checked in with Zane Smith's team as well about staying out. They said they felt like the rain tires were fine. And in essence, Steve, their theory here is they're going to flip to like the original strategy that everybody had hours ago, that you could pit once here at Chicago today. They're going to try to make it lap 40 or so for that 71 car.
Well, looking at the radar and what's going on, I would have already thrown all my strategies away at this point. I would be in just full kind of wing it. I know what you're saying, Marty, and I think you're absolutely right. You know, we're going to get a little bit of a dry section here. The question is, will the groove dry up? And then we have some more rain in the future. So 53 laps to go in the race, 23 laps to go in this stage. We think they can go about 36 laps on fuel. Probably in the wet conditions, I would bet it's probably 40. You just can't use the throttle as much. This was also a big advantage for a bunch of cars to take the wave around. Now, there's going to be some exciting because a few of them that waved around are on dry tires. So you see how slippery it is right here? They have to find a way to run one lap before they get pit on dries.
Yeah. So we'll be paying attention to that. Again, it was the 7 that caused the caution originally, and then this little congestion coming off of pit road.
Welcome back to Chicago, an amazing day of music and celebration right here in the Windy City. I hope you're enjoying the high speeds and incredible action of NASCAR on NBC.
I want to thank Keith Urban. He put on a concert here before this race started in Grant Park. What an amazing event this has been.
Well, I know we are seeing the rain now in the race, but you know, we've had great weather all weekend, and that's really been the celebration. You said it, the racing yesterday was breathtaking, perhaps the best Xfinity race I've seen in years. And then all of the concerts got to take part. The crowds were great. So, and actually, you know, now I'm not out in the elements, but this racing in the rain is pretty entertaining, the decisions they have to make. Now, I hate it for the fans that they have to be out in the rain.
You don't hate it for Jeff or Bagman or...
Well, I mean, Jeff has an umbrella. I can't speak about Bagman.
Let's check in with Marty.
So we'll be embedded here in stage 2 with Tyler Reddick and his race team. And I want to talk about what Billy Scott just did a moment ago when Reddick made contact with his teammate Bubba Wallace leaving pit road. And what they were able to do is they were able to get still photos from around the racetrack. Steve, you know this very well. Every manufacturer and every team as well has photographers everywhere around the racetrack. And obviously even more when you're on a road course or a street course like we are here at Chicago. So Billy Scott was able to get those pictures instantly to here to the pit box and diagnose exactly what's going on with the nose of the 45 car. So Steve, it's a little bit of an intricate process, but every manufacturer has this, every team has this, and that's how Billy Scott knew, hey, the damage earlier from hitting your teammate, it should be fine.
As we see them choosing, but you're absolutely right, Marty. You know, here you can look at damage at some of the higher speed racetracks. You can actually look at like the height of your car. You can see maybe the height of your competitor's car, where you think the nose is higher or lower. As we start to see the choose.
Well, the choose, and they're trying to go by, they can't hit that box, but I'm guessing it's a little bit harder to see now with the rain and everything.
And this is, I mean, this, So the grip is going to be one question, but the vision is going to be interesting now. That won't be bad for the front row, but if you look back, maybe row 3, the 48 of Alex Bowman, you know, and behind them, I would think there's going to be just a little bit of spray. It's going to be interesting to see.
And again, getting ready to go back to green. Most have put on the wet weather tires.
And just worth pointing out, the 71 of Zane Smith, he is on wet tires, but they aren't new. They are the ones he started the race. So he, you know, he has a bunch of laps on him. We will see if they've lost grip versus everyone else. And at the back of the field, there's some guys that stayed out. They wave around. They're back in the lead lap, but they're on slicks. So they're going to have to tiptoe around 2.2 miles getting back to pit road. Doesn't sound exciting.
And they've got to stay in their lane until they get back out on the front stretch. The restart zone just at the bottom of this hill. Zane Smith in that 71 on the left side. Christopher Bell in the 20 on the right. Back into the gas they go. And we're back to racing now on the wet tires and the wet streets of Chicago.
You see the sliding, but look at the cars disappearing in the distance with the spray. Grip and visibility a challenge.
Ty Gibbs immediately going to work in that green and black 54 to the inside of the orange and blue 71 of Zane Smith. Everybody just trying to funnel down into some degree of lack of chaos there in 1. Here they are in 2. The right-hander on the Lakeshore Drive. So far, so good.
We saw a race for second there. Zane Smith trying to fend off Christopher Bell, the red and black 20. Bubba Wallace around in front of the field. He was inside the top 5 as everybody tries to come around him, kind of in a blind spot there as they come around the corner onto Lakeshore Drive. Leaders continue to work their way back into turn number 4 and 5. But here's Bubba and Daniel Suarez stopped at the exit of 2. You'll see it here as they work down into turn number 2. Bubba on the outside in the 23, just contact there from Bowman. Bubba kind of gassed it up to try to get out of everybody's way, and Suarez collected. Baggy, they're headed to you.
Now here they come into turn 6. Here they come. Ty Gibbs tiptoeing his way. This is the battle for third. Larson, Zane Smith. Oh, and Chase Briscoe. He'll nail the tire barrier in 6. He gets turned around, and he just shellacks that tire barrier. Nobody else collected, but a hard contact for Chase Briscoe, and he's able to drive away. But he gave that tire barrier one heck of a lick. Watching Chase Briscoe just trying to get his car righted. Here's how it happened. He came in low, hot sideways, and slams into that tire barrier. He is lucky nobody was to his outside because that could have been a whole lot worse. But Chase Briscoe, the only one that's worse for wear right now.
Now he's just trying to get righted. I mean, there's nothing he can do but get it refired. When these things spin like that, they definitely don't want to get refired. You see the seams on the hood broken loose a little bit. Not a ton of damage. Very lucky that it was tire barrier. You see right there the 16. I thought there was some contact from the 14 when he was sliding. Let's take a look on board and see just how much damage to the 16. I think he hit right side. I think this car is really wrecked.
Junked?
Yeah, the right side of this has heavy, heavy damage. The absolute favorite coming in. So you're going to be on board right here, and you're going to see he's going to get hit from behind and straight into the barrier. Briscoe hits the 16 of Shane Van Gisbergen, and that was a big, big hit. I would be shocked if the 16 can continue.
It's not running.
And he's out.
He is out of the car. That's it.
That's it. So the favorite out of the race. There'll be no defense of the title. He won this race a year ago, Rick. And now disappointment after the win.
AMR safety crew down there to help SVG out.
And nothing he could do, right? Chase Briscoe lost control of his car and just basically ran him over. You know, didn't mean to. Chase didn't want to do it either. He wrecked as well, but this is the chaos that the rain brings. We saw the 48 hit the 23 in turn 2, and now the 14 hitting the 16 heading into 6. Jeff.
Yeah, Steve, we talk a lot about rain tires and the ability to do it. We would normally be sitting, you know, a red flag condition, historical NASCAR, we wouldn't be racing, but this is part of an evolution of learning what you can and cannot do on rain tires. And I think this is the most difficult racetrack because of all of the different conditions on the track. Remember, these are roads, oil from cars, all the things that happen on a normal road. This is not a racetrack that these guys are accustomed to. So it's great that we have these rain tires and we're learning a great deal, but it is not without risk.
Parker.
Well, just to add on to that, Jeff, you talk about street courses. There's so many different types of asphalt out there, and if you look right there as they go into turn 4, look at all the different patches of asphalt. Those all have varying grip levels. It's not like when you're at a normal road course in the rain, you might get off the normal line because they're just more aggregate in the asphalt. Here, you have to literally search around and understand, and one of the things that all these teams and drivers do when they come to a course like this, at road courses, street courses, and even ovals now, is we walk the track. Why do we walk the track? To find those different patches and areas that we feel like will have different grip levels. One of the things you brought up earlier, Steve, was those painted lines. Well, some of those painted lines actually have almost a grit, like an aggregate, like a sandpaper to them. They actually have grip. Some are painted with a very slick paint, so you have to have that knowledge, put it in your notebook, and apply it in these situations where there's rain and trying to navigate where that grip is and is not. So that's just one of the challenges you have with street courses, that there's so many variables as to all the different asphalts and all the different paint used on these normal roads.
I didn't take that good of notes, but I believe there is not grit in the paint entering turn 6. From what I saw last year, and I've seen again this year, that braking zone, I say it tongue-in-cheek, but last year, that was the trouble spot. We saw issues around the racetrack and some stack-ups over by Jeff Burton, but continuing, lap after lap into turn 6 is where we saw the most issue.
Advent Health giving us this shot for Eric Jones. Want to do the Toyota driver updates and tell you where Toyota drivers are running right now. Leading this field is Ty Gibbs, Christopher Bell 2nd, Reddick is 5th, Nemechek 7th, and Hamlin in 15th. And again, breaking news is that the driver of the 16, the winner a year ago, the favorite coming in, Shane Van Gisbergen, is out. He has wrecked even after winning stage 1. He will not be able to continue, and so this is how it happened. Shane Van Gisbergen on the left, you see, and Chase Briscoe coming in and just clips the back of that car.
Yeah, so you can see it's not even enough to really spin him around. What it did is just increased his speed. So as Shane was into the corner at what he thought was an appropriate speed, you watch, he thinks he's going to make the corner. And he just, there's nothing you could do at that point. There's just no runoff. Travis Mack, the crew chief, I talked to him this morning. He was just so excited for the day ahead. He knew Shane had so much talent. He almost was nervous. He said, I just don't want to mess it up. I want Shane to have a chance to show everybody. You see the heavy, heavy damage. Now, you heard the engine rev. That's a ton of experience. He knows that he's going to hit. He tries to gas it up to spin it around to try to hit the back of the car.
So pit road is not open, but what they're going to do, because there are puddles and standing water around this course, they're bringing the field onto pit road. They're going to stop them. They're going to red flag this race so that the air tundras can come out and blow off any of the standing water or the puddles that are on the course. Of course, Steve, you mentioned it earlier. Those of us that have been on the roads and you've driven before, there's hydroplaning. When you have standing water, that's, even with rain tires or wet weather tires, you still have that possibility.
And now the good news is, you see in this shot right here, it doesn't look like the rain's coming down very heavily. So I believe that the air tundras can blow it off relatively quickly. We're also here at single file restarts. Anything to get back racing, I'm on board with, because the crowd is here. It looks good. I'm ready to see some racing. They did a really nice job, to be quite honest. Turn 2, there was a little bit of contact, but.
Well, let's go over to Buckingham Fountain and the Peacock Pit Box. Dale Jarrett and Brad Doherty. All right, guys. Well, we've seen already 25 laps complete of the 75-lap race, and the conditions have gotten a little bit worse. Now they've stopped the field on pit road. What do you guys think about this one so far?
We might have should have brought the Air Titans out before.
Yeah, maybe should Groundhog Day. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, Chicago chaos once again. Yeah. Outstanding racing that we were seeing in that first stage. Just everything that drivers and teams went through there, having to make decisions on the tires, and then the drivers staying out on the slicks, having that huge advantage.
Yeah, I thought everybody did a great job of trying to figure out what they needed to do, whether it be on slicks or being on the the wets, looking at the weather. So it was a great cadence of rhythm building up, but man, it's just gotten a little bit chaotic, and I hate it for Shane, for SVG. I thought that he had a great chance to win this race today, but he's on the hook now.
Yeah, and you know that other drivers have to think as we look at just how hard it is raining right now. And yeah, and that's the one thing. I don't care what kind of tires you have, you know, wet weather tires. You can't have this standing water. It doesn't give the drivers a chance whatsoever. But the thing that does give drivers a hope, this is going to stop at some point. They're going to get it cleared off, and they know that the man to beat is now a part of the race. So a lot of guys thinking that, hey, this could be my chance to win at Chicago street races.
This is their opportunity. Guys are going to wait through this, and somebody's going to have a shot at winning a race today.
You see the teams going out. They can cover the cars up. The drivers can get out if they would like. You're watching now a wet NASCAR Cup Series Chicago Grant Park 165 presented by Xfinity. Red flag condition from the streets of Chicago. And up front, as they are scored, it's Ty Gibbs that's out there in front. We see the Air Tundras taking to the track and the jet dryers trying to get out there and get the puddles off the track. They were out there earlier too, and this was the exit of pit road when they had come down there, and it caused a little bit of a bottle up here.
Yeah, a little stack up. Tyler Reddick can't get slowed down too much. Hits 23, no real damage, but unfortunately more damage for the 23 here. 48 of Bowman gets right into the right rear quarter in the rain, spins the 23 out.
And then the 14 of Chase Briscoe sliding into turn 6. He actually tags the 16 on the way in.
Yeah, on board with SVG. The 14's able to drive away. The 16 not so lucky. Heavy damage. The favorite, last year's winner out of the race.
So again, a red flag condition, and with 7 races to go until the playoffs, we look at the playoff standings and where everyone sits. Kyle Larson right now the regular season points leader. Bell, Larson, Hamlin, and Byron all with 3 wins already in 2024.
And you see Ty Gibbs while leading the race currently there in 12th. That would lock him in if he's able to pull off the win. And at 69 points, you know, Bubba Wallace, Briscoe, Busch, it's not a mathematical situation where they can't make it on points. It's just very improbable in my opinion. We've only ever seen like single digits made up at this point in the season. But with the racetracks we have coming, you know, we have Pocono. We've seen crazy fuel mileage finishes there. We have back to the oval at the Brickyard. We have Daytona on the horizon. There are a lot of tracks where we could see a winner that perhaps it's hard to predict. Think about Kyle Busch. I'm not even sure it's the playoffs for Kyle Busch back there in 19th. He's 19 years in a row winning a race. If he could extend that to 20, it would also fix the playoff picture.
Yeah, he's mentioned that he thinks it's great if he could get a win prior to the playoffs to get back in there and try to win a 3rd championship. But ultimately, he wants to keep that win streak alive that he's gone for 19 consecutive years.
And remember, the line moves. So just put any of those cars below in victory lane. And now instantly, Buescher, Bowman, Chastain are locked in a points battle at the bottom of that leaderboard.
All right, let's listen in and actually hear from the guy who won stage 1 and the favorite of this race out of the car. Shane Van Gisbergen is with Kim.
Yeah, and Shane out of the care center after getting tagged by the 14 of Chase Briscoe into the wall. Walk us through the incident.
I don't know, I just sort of turned in, looked pretty good, and then just got smashed by someone, 14, who said, gutting. Wendy's Saucy Nugs Camaro was really good. We were in the lead for a lot of that race, and you know, it felt good taking off in the rain, and oh yeah, nice one. But so that sucks, but you know, it's an unfortunate mistake by him. I'm sure he didn't mean it, but yeah, when he just clipped me, nothing I could do.
Is it disappointment? Is it frustration knowing you were the favorite, now you're out of the race, or is it just a racing incident?
No, of course I'm disappointed. We had a really amazing Camaro there, and Corlig Racing Trackhouse, they gave us a great car, and we were able to lead, and I felt like I was driving well within myself. So yeah, it's a shame to be out so early, and shame we couldn't have a proper crack at it at the end.
You were the measure of what could be done on this racetrack, so you've seen the guys out there. Now that you're out, do you have a favorite looking at the field?
Any of the top 3. Those guys were all racing well. We had some really cool battles with them, and respectful, really fair. So yeah, any of those top 3, I think, are the favorite.
And some heavy rain. How was it racing before the incident?
It was fine. On slicks, it got a bit dodgy, and I hated being the leader, and whoever was the leader, you could see them slowing up, not sure what the condition would be. So as soon as I got to the front, you're always unsure of what's happening and have to take it a bit easy. So yeah, but I had a lot of fun until then. So
thanks for the time.
Cheers.
Shane Van Gisbergen, again, out of the race, the favorite here this afternoon, but still a smile on his face, guys.
And, you know, Cam, that's why he's easy to root for me, right? He showed up on the scene last year and he won, but now he's full-time Xfinity. When he goes to the road course, he's spectacular. He goes to the ovals, he'll sell. He's humbled himself at how good these stock car drivers are at the oval, yet he always has that smile on his face and a great approach. He could be super disappointed here, yet he understands, right? Because while he is new, he's not new to racing. So much experience, and you can see it paying off in times like this.
It was life-changing what happened a year ago here, winning the Cup race in his very first start, and moved his family to America full-time in the Xfinity Series now. We are embedded with the 45 team, and that means we have all sorts of access to what's taking place, not only with the crew chief, but also spotters and that team.
Tyler Reddick has been the fastest man all day here at the Circuit of the Americas.
We're here!
Out of 4, Reddick wins at Kansas.
Reddick there in the 45 wanted to know what the state of those tires that are coming off the race car, what they look like, so he can sort of judge how much he can push on these.
Checkered flag is in the air. Tyler Reddick gets there first.
Yeah! Great work, guys! Tyler, there you go!
Tyler Reddick, Billy Scott, this race team's in the playoffs with that big win at Talladega, and normally you guys are excellent at the road courses, but I don't, you know, when we talked about this embedded thing, I don't think we planned this kind of day, did we, Billy? How have you managed all the chaos of this day? Rain, no rain, and all that's happened?
Yeah, we're getting all too used to it here in Chicago, unfortunately, but yeah, it's just a matter of letting the drivers decide what is best for them and what they feel out there, and yeah, it's a little bit chaotic with wets on and slicks back on to start. But it looks like this rain's going to be here for a little bit.
You can see Tyler has joined us here on the front bench having a conversation with your engineer. What do you want to do under a red flag like this when you have the rare opportunity, almost a halftime break, to talk to your driver?
Yeah, it's just going back and understanding the data and knowing how hard to push. You know, we're in mixed conditions, presumably might be the whole rest of the race, and it's just a matter of evaluating risk versus reward and then knowing how hard they can push and how soon.
You tried to game plan for everything, Billy, but did you come up with a plan of what to do if it rains today like this?
Really, it's just adapt. That's the biggest thing, is we all came in here with what seemed like a pretty simple plan. I think, you know, most of the field knew it was going to be a one stop and very low fall off here on the street course, but certainly Mother Nature has other ideas, and yeah, just got to adapt to it and just be ready for anything and hope to work out on the right side of it and keep good track position.
Obviously, SVG out of the race now, and he was in that group of favorites along with you guys. Does that change the game at all? Does Tyler play it a little more aggressive now, knowing, hey, it's a wide open game?
I mean, I think it's still a matter of evaluating our risk versus reward. You know, like you said, there's a several guys that we know are in contention, and many of them are still out there. You hate to see him get taken out like that over something silly. And no, we still have to be smart, right? Because it's in a moment's notice it can bite you. It's definitely they're on the edge out there every lap. So we still have to be smart and still have to be there at the end. But yeah, just not try to take ourselves out.
Still a lot to go here in the race today. Appreciate the access the 45 team is giving us. We're going to go talk to the driver. He's right over there in just a moment, Dave.
Marty, we look forward to getting back to that embedded deal with the 45 crew. We're embedded under an awning here with Martin Truex Jr., and it's still raining, so we've still got the umbrella up. Tell us your experience there as you were getting ready to, actually they were thinking of resuming things there, but it's pretty crazy racing when you got going.
Yeah, just, so much rain and so much water on the track. Back where I was, you couldn't see anything. So just following the flashing red lights in front of you and trying not to hit them. That's kind of what the goal was. And then once everybody got slowed down, you could kind of see where you're at in the corner, but you're just kind of feeling where you were by the speed of the red lights in front of you and trying to follow them. It's wild, but yeah, not a good start to the race for the Bass Pro Camry. We tried to start on wets, and that was obviously the wrong move. It worked for a few laps, and then it didn't. So track position's not good right now. We need to find a way to overcome that.
I was going to ask you about that because you got going. You started passing cars. Was there like an immediate switch and they fell off?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as it started drying out, it went from good to bad, and it only took about 3 laps. So went forward for 3 and then backward till we pitted, and the car felt pretty good and I felt like good pace on dry tires once we got going. Just lost all our track positions, so it's going to be a battle from here, but we'll keep trying.
You were leading. The other thing I was wondering, when your car was in dry conditions, I know it wasn't your favorite in qualifying, and so you had to start toward the rear. Do you think there's something you can work with getting back out there?
Yeah, I mean, I felt good in race trim on Saturday in practice. I never put together a good lap in qualifying, and today I felt the car felt even better in on the longer run on the dries when it was drying out. So I think we'll be all right, but we'll be on wets now, so not really sure. It's just it's gonna be hard to get track position with the track being wet.
All right, Martin, thanks. Parker, he told me his car was in one piece. That's the good news. It's pretty soaked out there sitting on pit lane right now.
And I've been hanging out with his teammate, Christopher Bell, who's been at the front of the field here throughout this race. We were just talking about the start of it and how you at one point were getting past the 16. You thought he was giving you the spot, and then he took it right back. What happened there?
Yeah, I don't know. I got inside of him. I think it was in turn 12, and he didn't really contest the position, and he gave me the way on exit. So I'm like, oh, thanks. He let me go. That was friendly. And then next thing you know, he's diving back inside of me. So, yeah, we were racing hard. It was really fun to get to have lap traffic on a road course because normally that doesn't happen.
What about these conditions we just went into here, the wet conditions? You and I were just talking about how slippery it is out there. Even turn 12, where on the restart, you got very sideways.
Yeah, well, I'm confused, Parker.
Okay.
Do we race in the rain or do we not race in the rain?
I think definitely this is a lot of rain, though.
I mean, I'm out front, so my visibility is going to be the best out of all of them, but I'd say ship it.
All right, you want to keep going here. And I mean, that's the question I have is just where it is too slippery. Like, where are the portions that you saw, or maybe they were standing water, or that sort of thing, where you felt like, okay, that could be the issue. Did you see anywhere?
I mean, honestly, I haven't seen any standing water issues. I mean, yes, there are sections of the course that are very, very slippery. Turn 12, whenever we took the restart, that was the slickest spot that I felt on the track. But, yeah, I mean, it's the same for everybody. You just got to be smart and know not to bomb it off into the brake zone. But, yeah, I mean, it's tough out there. Conditions are very slick, and that's the way I like it.
So you mentioned visibility. One of the things you and I were talking about was the visors. You guys all started this race with sunny conditions. I noticed a lot of drivers on the onboards flipping those visors up because they had tinted visors. It's getting very dark here. What was your situation, visibility?
Yeah, I had a tinted visor on as well, and from the drop of the green flag, I had it open because I couldn't see. So I will say visibility is very tough. For whatever reason, I don't know if it's the rake of the windshield, but any water that gets on it just makes it very distorted and hard to see out of. So visibility was even tough early on in the race whenever it was just barely sprinkling. So tough conditions, adverse conditions, and the 20 car does well in this.
So let me ask you this. It's wet, it's slick, it's hard to see. You're at the front and you still want to go racing. What is wrong with you?
Well, me being out front, I'm going to have the best conditions out of all of them. So that's probably me being a little bit selfish. But I love adverse conditions, whether it's rain tires or heck, I don't know. I guess we don't have very many adverse conditions today, but definitely the rain tires have been really good to us.
Artie, I love his optimism. He wants to get back out there. Christopher Bell will race in any condition.
Well, he proved a couple of weeks ago he loves the rain, winning there at New Hampshire. Let's chat with Tyler Reddick. How would you describe the conditions on the track? Because Bell was saying the visibility was very tough.
Yeah, when we that's one of the downsides, right? Is in a restart situation like that. Maybe it's just the first lap or two. The visibility is really difficult with just the standing water on the track, but. You know, for me, I was really surprised to see how well in fairly damp conditions we could kind of run on the dry tires. It's kind of a learning process, and the more you get running, the more the dry lane starts to really form. So, yeah, learning a lot out there for sure. I felt really good at the start and was kind of trying to figure out where I was going to get around Ty, and, you know, Shane just did a good job putting me in a tough spot, and you know, there was a lot of cars lined up kind of just driving off each other, and we lost a good bit of track position there. So, yeah, I feel like we got good speed. It's just a matter of not crossing that line, and certainly, you know, in the 14 lost it there. I feel like I drove in and found my limit, and I almost tricked myself into trying to race him down in there, and I kind of realized how out of control he had gotten. So, really thankful I was able to pick up on that, miss that calamity. But yeah, I guess more than anything, just been real impressed with, again, you know, I was impressed yesterday, impressed today with how Shane's able to carve up through the field and just what he's able to do in the car. It's a shame he's out of the race, but he was really putting on a show, I feel like. So just trying to learn what I can from him and some of the other cars that have good speed at the moment. Yeah, it was real crazy to take back off there in those more damp conditions.
So speaking of learning, when you came up on the pit box, there were no pleasantries. There was no, hey, how you doing, or how's the race been? You immediately went with your engineer to study SMT. Kind of walk us through what you're trying to learn, because you mentioned I'm trying to learn from what Shane did earlier in the race.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing for me is not exactly, you know, I not getting the most out of my car right now, I don't feel like. So we're just trying to look and see, you know, if there's any little moments around the lap or certain laps, certain areas of the track that seem to really work good, you know. So I guess I've done a good job of not wrecking it yet, but certainly we want to run faster than we are. So we're just going to try and look through some things and figure out, you know, which particular laps or which particular style was really helping me get the most speed out of our Jordan brand Camry.
By the way, speaking of conditions, you said your fire suit's literally soaked. Is that from the water coming in from the side or from the top or everywhere, or what?
Yeah, it's pretty much everything. I was sitting in the car trying to not get wet, and just a lot of water really comes in the car under caution, and you know, we were standing still, so I was just getting so wet I just figured I might as well come out and get in the rain and come up here and look at some data and be ready to go when we resume racing.
You mentioned the Jordan brand. I got to ask you, is there a little more pressure, not only on you, but your teammate Bubba Wallace, when you guys come to Chicago knowing, hey, Michael won 6 NBA titles here?
I know. It's we certainly feel that pressure, and we embrace it, honestly. You know, we came in here with the expectation to contend, and, I mean, 4th was a good qualifying effort for us, but certainly I was, you know, wanting more out of the qualifying day and left motivated to try and get better. The start of the race, the first couple laps went well, getting to second, and just unfortunately, you know, we kind of fell back a little bit, but it's a tough game to play here with these conditions on a street course. So we're just trying to learn what we can and be ready to go when NASCAR calls us back to the vehicles.
All right, we appreciate the access that you and Billy have given us all week long. Kind of fun to hang out with you guys.
Thank you.
All right, Parker, what's going on your end of pit road?
Well, what we've discovered here is there's a great height difference between myself and Carson Hosfar, which works perfectly for our umbrellas here. You can have yours way taller, mine below, and we're both being covered here. We were just talking about this weather. You're back at 23rd. Not a lot of visibility out there.
No, not good at all. I think we were like 13th or 15th or something, and my wiper wasn't working. It was going only the right side, so if you were my passenger, you could see. So not great from.
That's not going to work. There's no passenger in there, is there?
No, nobody that would want to right now for sure. But yeah, struggling visibility. I was like, all right, have fun. Like I'm just gonna survive and try to keep my thing straight, and hopefully they don't end it or anything like last year the Xfinity race. So, but I'm sure they won't, and hopefully, but definitely the right call to stop for right now. But I think our Ziegler Chevy is fast. I feel good when it's dry and the wet. I'm just happy to run circles and hope to get to the other end. That's where I'm at right now.
Talk about that. When you're trying to survive in a race car, that's a weird feeling, going, purposely slower than maybe you could go. Yeah, I think it's hard for people to understand. That's sometimes when the most mistakes can be made.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going slow, I mean, these things are made to compress and have grip. And even when you're hauling and going 100% in the rain, right, it's still not handling great because the thing's up above the racetrack. It's not compressing. It's not having any load. But, yeah, it's difficult, and it's probably more frustrating as a driver that you're so aware and so scared and so treacherous and everything that's normally when you think about a mistake or that you can make, that's normally when you make it. So it's really difficult, and especially for me. I'm not good in the rain, and I enjoy it a lot, but I wish I'd have a little bit more practice rather than obviously driving this beautiful 77 Cup car around.
I was going to talk about that. Your first season in the Cup Series, you've experienced a lot. What has stuck out to you so far as we're basically going near halfway in the season?
I mean, these guys are really good. There's anybody that can, you flip them to up front and give them clean air, they're going to be really good, and vice versa, because everybody knows how to keep everybody behind you. I mean, there's just so much depth that you can go from a winning race car to not very good, or at least think you're not very good back there in traffic. Obviously, a little different. I don't know there's any clean air, obviously, with the rain, but a little different circumstances. But I think...
Would that be wet air?
Wet air, I don't know. I'm probably more just visibility more than anything. That's probably the gain of being out front, is you could see the corner. But yeah, it's difficult, but it's really fun, and obviously these guys are really good. They had a lot more trust in their vehicles than I did, for sure, and I'm excited to see if we can get this thing back going and get our spots and maybe some more.
Cam, I think this is that we learned Carson Hocevar is in survival mode here in the wet.
I think a lot of us are in survival mode, Parker, but catching up with Joey Hand, currently in the 16th position, the highest running of the 3 RFK entrants here today. And you were a bit of a road course racer, a street course racer, and we were talking and said, I've raced enough in road courses and street courses in the rain that I can't count. So how does this compare to some of your experience on street courses in these conditions?
Well, it was a good run for us. The car was going forward in the dry. It was wet to start, so it was right kind of in my wheelhouse where you got to find some grip here and there. And then it dried out, and the car was still good. And like we were saying, we didn't qualify quite as good as I knew the car was, and I think it was going forward. I was excited about it. And when the rain came, it got pretty dicey pretty fast. I mean, anytime you get on a street course, the water really stays contained inside the walls a lot more. It's never great with the spray and all that, but NASCAR's done a lot to minimize the spray, but still it's hard to see. You get that many cars firing off down the front straightaway, and it was hard. I think the 11 car was about 6 cars in front of me, and all I could see was flashing lights. So at some point you have to drive by braille kind of. You kind of find a wall, and so out the right side of my window I was just running along the wall, waiting for the brake markers, not looking ahead as much as you normally would. But it's hey, I've done a lot of street racing, I've done a lot of racing period, but I'm just having a great time. I'm excited to be in this RFK Stage 60 car. BuildSubmarines.com. Everybody's been so nice to me. They treat me like I've been here for years, honestly. And so, it's fun to get this car going forward for them.
We talk about all the character that a street course has: manholes, potholes, paint on the ground. We have old asphalt, new asphalt, concrete. How do those things come to you in the rain? Do they do kind of the same feedback to the car as the dry, or how different are they?
Oh, the one thing you said is paint. The paint is way worse than the dry. I was testing it out there right when we got rain tires. I was they're like, save fuel, save fuel. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to save as much as I can, but I also want to kind of feel out the paint. Down in turn 7 where there's a crosswalk, and it's right in where you cross the apex, and it is pretty gnarly how you catch the paint for a long time. The key to it is you're trying to cross the paint. You're trying not to be on the paint for a long time. So cross the paint perpendicular, cross the lines perpendicular. The dry lines is where the rubber is, trying to cross those lines perpendicular as possible. But on a street course, you don't have a lot of choices, right? So you got to drive on the paint. But I tell you for sure, I'm not going to brake on those double yellow lines down into turn 4, that's for sure. But you just go hunting. You got to find what you can. You saw everybody was pretty slow there to start to try and find their way. But no paint, no manhole covers if you can help it. But still, I know we wanted to have dry here and all that, and it's gotten wet on us, but I'd say this is a great race. I love street racing. I think NASCAR on the streets, especially in Chicago with the skyline, it's super fun to me, and I hope the fans had fun, especially when it was dry.
Joey Hand, a 10-year road course and street course racer, offering some very interesting feedback on what the track felt like under wet conditions.
Californian making his first start this year. Makes a handful of starts running, and we've got the fans having some fun. This is a great opportunity for them to enjoy a little bit of food, maybe. And food, one of the things that you think of when you come to Chicago, that deep dish pizza, Chicago style, or maybe the Dogs. Go to the Cubs games and enjoy a little fun, a little food when you visit Chicago. Oh yeah, I see it. Red. All week we have enjoyed the beautiful sights of Chicago, the high-rises, skyscrapers, Chicago River, and the fans and the people here in Chicago just welcomed us with open arms. And then about 2 hours ago, things changed as far as the weather, and that has put the air tundras on the track. They're trying to get the puddles off of the track, and there's still some rain coming down.
Yeah, so two real issues. We have wet weather tires. That's not really the issue. It's standing water. Can't run on puddles. They'll hydroplane. Doesn't matter how good the tires are, the cars will skip across the water. So we have to get the standing water. The other issue is light rain possible, but heavy rain not only creates the standing water, but it makes it where there's just no visibility. So those are the two things. So, you know, don't fret. We will see some more racing, but we have to get these rain showers through. The NASCAR continues to work on the racing surface, is trying to stay ahead of it. But you see when rain falls at that rate, you just can't stay away. Just can't stay ahead of it. I mean, you see how much you can remove. Let's take a look at the radar. I think there's one more pretty heavy cell right here you kind of see. Maybe 8 or 12 miles of rain, but look behind it. We have all of that area. And, you know, the beauty is we don't have to dry the track. Remember, this would be a concern. Be like, man, we're running out of daylight, hours to dry the track. We're not looking for dry. We are looking for get rid of the standing water. They have drains underneath some of these walls and other areas. They'll go out and vacuum it up.
A week ago, Joey Logano went to victory lane. He was able to get the win at Nashville. We also were affected by weather that week. This is 4 weeks in a row. But with Logano winning in Nashville, that now has locked up all 3 of the Penske drivers into the playoffs. Logano, Blaney, and Cindric.
Hustling super hard at Team Penske.
One more, just you and him. You are clear. Don't know what just happened.
Ryan Blaney has run out of fuel. Austin Cindric is going to victory lane.
I'm so proud of you guys. Thank you. That was amazing.
He's shown speed. He's shown dominance.
Blaney picks up the win.
First Cup winner at Iowa Speedway.
Awesome, man. Awesome job, guys.
Logano is going to win in Nashville.
We're out of gas. We're out of gas. We did it. Yeah!
Locked himself into the playoffs.
And the reigning champion from last year of the Cup Series is Ryan Blaney, who joins those three of you that are now locked into the playoffs at Team Penske. That has got to be a wonderful feeling for your whole organization.
It is, yeah, it's nice. You know, myself and Joey and Austin were able to get in, you know, having a good month last month. You know, so that's nice to kind of fall back on, especially where all three of our cars are running at the time, currently right now. So, yeah, it's nice to have that win and for our whole organization. And, you know, I was hoping to be a little bit better spot today, but kind of had a little bit different strategy to get going and during the race, and just didn't really work out. And then just trying to wait the rain out. Hopefully it clears up here and we can get back racing.
Let's talk about that, because all three of you did start on wet tires there, trying to use that strategy, and it seemed like maybe a lap or two it worked, and then you guys just couldn't keep the pace.
Yeah, you know, it was tricky because, like, I thought the asphalt areas of the racetrack were pretty wet, but then the concrete areas, like the run up to turn 4 through turn 4 and 5 and all the way down to 6 was really dry. Concrete dries really fast. So, and then I think we were running just enough to get the asphalt fairly dry. So and we were waiting on more rain to come. We thought rain was coming and on the way, and just never really got there. And then we were in a tricky spot, and we were so far behind on the wet weather tires. If we pitted for slicks, we would have been a lap down, and just didn't really work out for us the first stage. So was hopeful to kind of rain or dry just to get on the same tires and see what we could do. But it's one of those things. We started in the back, had to repair our car, and just try to take a chance. You know, try to take a chance on, hey, maybe we'll kind of call the right strategy and be able to get through guys with their pitting on, you know, from slicks to wets, and just didn't really work out for us. But had to take that chance from where we started. Just didn't really work out.
It's always, you want to take those risks when there's a weather like this. I mean, we've now learned that all three of you win together over the same last couple of weeks, and now you all choose to go on this strategy. So now that it is fully wet, what did you experience? How was your car in the actual wet conditions?
You know, I mean, yeah, we ran half a lap there before we stopped it, and I mean, it was just way too much spray. Like, we were going down the straightaway between 2 and 4, and you couldn't see anything, and then going down the straightaway from 5 and 6, you couldn't see anything. It was very dangerous. So they made the right call of kind of pausing it, hoping the rain gets out of here and gets going. But yeah, just whatever, we have the mud flaps or the rain flaps, and we have the lights and things like that, and it still just didn't do anything. I don't know, like the city streets, we've raced in the rain before, damp conditions, but the spray was never that bad. So I don't know if it's like the city streets are so like tight asphalt and concrete that the water just kind of sits on it and creates such a big spray. But yeah, we just really not safe conditions. So it was the right call, but it was slippery out there. I mean, and with the with the city roads, all the paint that's on them, from only left turns, only straight, all the lines on the road, like there were so many more slick spots. Paint is so slippery when it's wet, and it was pretty tricky to navigate through. And if it would just stop raining and just be damp, I think it'd be fine. It's raining too hard right now to kind of get some water off the track, and so hopefully it stops and we can get going again and visibility gets better and it's just not a death trap out there. But we'll see. Appreciate all the fans for sticking around. I hate that this has happened 2 years in a row. I mean, from a beautiful weekend already, and just unfortunate weather circumstances. I hate it for all of everybody who came out today. Just best thing we can do right now is just hope it clears up a little bit and we can get back racing and put on a good show for everybody here.
Just quickly, you mentioned it, just this event. I know you love the vibe of this place and just the concerts that was happening, that sort of thing. As the reigning champ, how cool is it to see NASCAR do something like this? It's so sort of out of what we normally do.
Well, it's great. I've really enjoyed it. I mean, I had fun last year. I mean, it was a wacky weekend last year, but I think the city really embraced it, and the teams and drivers embraced it. And obviously you see the fans waiting out the rain in their ponchos. Poncho salesmen probably did pretty good the last 2 years here. Maybe next year, if we come back, I'll have to sell some ponchos.
Sounds like a business venture. We start together.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Yeah, we can do RB and PK ponchos. I think that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, it's neat that we're here. This city, deserves better weather than this when we come here. But I've really enjoyed it. It's a big deal that we're here. I mean, the city has embraced us. It was great to have the mayor, here today and give us a little speech in the drivers' meeting. It just shows, what he thinks of the event, and he loves it, and we enjoy it as well. So maybe one of these years we keep trying, we'll get a dry weekend to where we can put on a heck of a show and a show that the city deserves.
We'll see if Ryan and his team can make up some track position when we get back going, Kim.
Yeah, and his teammate Austin Cindric hoping for the same thing. Ryan was just talking about how you guys were all kind of on that same strategy. The rain just didn't come soon enough for you guys. What were you fighting there at the end with those old wet weather tires that you had?
Well, I think between the little highlight show you just guys played of our month of June at Team Penske, I'm pretty convinced you guys just came over to cheer us up because the start of this race has not been very kind, and we've not been very kind to our rain tires. So definitely frustrating to start there. Obviously, the weather's obviously really frustrating as well. It's a real shame the race fans here. This place was packed to start the race, and obviously drainage, standing water, visibility, all pretty big issues with this much rain.
As we look at the rest of the race, when we do go back green, what opportunities are in front of you guys to figure something out and find track position?
I mean, I can only go forward, so yeah, those are, I mean, I have, where am I? I don't have my glasses on, Kim.
33rd.
33rd. I have 32 cars in front of me that I can pass. Those are my opportunities.
Outside of the tire situation, is the car good enough to pass?
I don't think my car and my rain tires are agreeing with each other very well.
It's a nice way to put it.
Now I will say more rain will help me. Like, heavy rain is better than very light rain. I either want it to be heavy rain, safe conditions, heavy rain in safe conditions, or full dry.
How much do you have to adjust your driving style and your approach and attack on the track when the conditions are like that versus dry here at the street course?
Well, it's difficult because, I mean, especially when you go into a phase where, like, okay, I'm clearly falling off and struggling more than other cars around you. It's hard not to get baited into trying to drive the car harder than what it's capable of. So kind of a mental battle. It's just self-destructive behavior is only encouraged.
All right, before we let you go, let's talk something positive because we did run that little Penske package. You guys have had
the Penske package. I like
Penske package. You guys have had a little bit of a surge in the last handful of races. Obviously, the first team to have all three drivers locked in the playoffs. What does the rest of the regular season look like for Team Penske and your goals before the playoffs?
No, obviously, an incredible couple weeks there for the company. Well deserved by all teams. Obviously, really big for all of us to kind of have a singular focus. You know, heading into the playoffs and obviously learn as much as we can. I think for us on the 2-car, it's about performing at a high level on a consistent basis. Gateway was one of our best races of the year, no doubt. But to convert that to a win, I think proof in the pudding to be able to, you know, continue to apply the process. But you know, just definitely proud of everyone in this kind of tire car to get this far. But yeah, use the next couple of weeks to get ready and maximize that opportunity.
Austin Cindric, a good driver, not a great umbrella holder because your height. I'm like, we're sharing an umbrella, and you are doing me no good here. Dave, on that note, let's head to you.
I think I'm better off, Kim, because I am undercover with Ty Gibbs, the current leader of the race. So other than the fact that a friend of his brought food for him, which is killing us all up here right now, we're doing okay. And you're in the lead, so how's it feel to be leading at this point, Ty?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I feel like we've got a fast Monster Energy Camry. We're up here taking a little halftime break, I guess. Seems like the rain just keeps coming and it's not stopping. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I feel like we're really fast. It was really wet when we went back out, so I'm glad NASCAR was, you know, went and dried the track, and I think that really helped. So, but yeah, we're just hanging out.
How do you adjust to racing in the rain? Because one of the things that Chris and I were talking about, your crew chief, earlier today was that the thing about the rain is that then maybe the fastest car doesn't get to show what it has, and you've been one of those this weekend. So how do you make that adjustment behind the wheel?
Just, you got to chill out a little bit, to be honest with you, and back your corners up and take it easy. So I feel like it's good to have. I've had rain experience in go-karts and last year and in some other sorts of racing. So it's been fun, though. So I've had a good time, and we'll see what happens.
So do you feel like you embrace it?
Yeah, I'm wet, so I guess.
We're all wet right now, so I think we all have to embrace it. Let's talk playoff a little bit, too, because you guys are in on points, 13 out of 16, so it's not absolutely safe with 7 to go. So was part of the discussion this week, hey, we think we'll be good, but we can't afford a weekend that just sucks all our points away.
Yeah, I mean, that's every weekend. I think we just, besides the Speedway stuff, I think we just go and try to win every weekend. That's usually the goal. So, but I feel like we're really strong and we've been really fast, so we'll just keep working, and the finishes haven't really showed our speed. I feel like we've been really good at about every week, so just keep hammering down.
We were talking about a little bit of technique. What's it like to race on a drying racetrack? Obviously, if we get this rolling, you guys will start on the wet tires. And what's it like as it dries, Ty?
Yeah, you just kind of find where the dry spots are, and you have to be very, very aware and see where you're at and watch it dry up. So that's the biggest thing, and just staying with the track and staying on top of it and be the first one to jump on whatever is going to be faster.
You said you were pretty soaked. Is the car watertight at all?
Huh?
Is the car watertight?
Watertight? Yeah. That's the first I've heard that.
Not. It leaks a lot?
It's hydroplaned a couple times, which is not cool.
No, but where does the water come in? Does it come in through the roof or through the sides or through the floorboard? Where do you guys get the wet?
I don't know. Something in mine's dripping from like the top left, so it's kind of bothering me, honestly. It's like a water torture. Like I only felt one part of my suit kept getting wet, and I'm like, man, what? My arm's cold, and I'm like watching it drop right there. So that's about it.
I think they can work that out. They can make that change to Ty Gibbs. Hey, he's had a little bit of food down here. That is going to help him out a lot. And Marty, I think I'm going to run around and see what I can find to snack on during this little rain delay.
Dave, food is a large topic because this has been the dilemma for Kyle Larson for 20 minutes because you've been looking for a sandwich for, what, 20 minutes? You finally got one or what?
Oh, I mean, I ate an Uncrustable, I ate a few bars, and a banana. So I'm ready. I'm ready for whenever we go back green now.
So how has it been in first of all, the mixed conditions to start with, Kyle, when you were on slicks?
Yeah, that wasn't actually too bad at all. It actually had quite a bit of grip. It was just starting in the front row. I was extremely nervous and was okay for those guys to go ahead and pass me because I didn't want to be the guinea pig out front. So, and then once it was drying up, my car just didn't feel quite the same as yesterday, anyways. So. Hopefully, we can keep getting opportunities to get it better. And then, the wet there, we only got, half a lap or whatever, but it was slick. So I thought Bell and I both were going to crash off of the final corner, just taking off. So no, it was cool, and the visibility was obviously tricky even where I was at in the second row. But yeah, I hope the rain stops here shortly. We can get the heavy water blown off the top of the surface and we can go back green.
You and I talked about this yesterday, just street course racing in general, and I asked you about the walls. You said, I haven't gone near them yet. Is that sort of like what racing in the rain is like? You kind of work your way into how far you can push it.
Yeah, and I mean, there's guys that are more willing to be aggressive, and I think people would consider me one, but I usually wait for like Reddick and those guys to go hard, and he's really good, so he's probably liking his chances right here now, but yeah, it's just you kind of risk first reward, and currently there's still a lot of racing left, but depending on whenever we go back green, there might not be. So that'll kind of change things for sure.
Yeah, the shower looks like it will eventually move out. We will go back racing. There would be a time limit on the race. So do you feel that sense of urgency behind the wheel when they're saying, hey, we're racing to this time and that's it?
Well, I think it just depends on when we get back out there. If we get out there in 30 minutes and we still have whatever would be 2 hours to finish, I think there would be less urgency. But if you get in the car with 45 minutes left, then yeah, I mean, things are going to be more ramped up. So we'll see. I just hope we can get out there sooner rather than later.
What is the 5 team doing well this year, Kyle? You and I talked about this actually a couple months ago, and you told me I feel like I'm executing better than I ever have. Why?
Well, I mean, I think it's more than just myself. I think our team in general is performing at a high level. I think our race cars are consistently fast. Our pit crew's been doing a good job. And then I just feel like as a group, we've been executing great, throughout the races. Kind of whatever has been presented to us, I would say 80–85% of the races we've maximized and gotten, what I feel like the best finish possible. So just continue that, and hopefully we can keep gaining on the point lead that we have and be prepared for the playoffs.
As you look into the playoffs, and obviously you could go in as the #1 seed, what are some things you want to get better at in the final 7 weeks of the regular season?
I think our short track program probably could stand to be, a little bit better, considering that Phoenix is the final race. We were pretty average there earlier in the year. I think, what was it, Gateway, I think we were sort of average, and those two tracks are fairly similar, and you could see that the 20 was really good at both of those. He's been the best short track car. New Hampshire as well. So everywhere else, I feel like we're really good, but that would be the one area I would think that we are probably all focusing on to try and get better and be ready for Phoenix in case we're in the Final Four.
All right, Parker, we've covered it all with Kyle Larson. The one thing we don't have is another sandwich for him, so maybe send one down here to pit box #1 if you can.
Well, it's all about beef jerky down here at Noah Gregson's pit box. You just took those down. That was good. You were looking for chips. We're all about food right now. You haven't found any, have you?
No, I was looking for like a banana or something, maybe some nuts or some trail mix or something.
Oh, that's right, healthy stuff.
I'm super healthy, so
Yeah.
No, it's just trying to kill some time with our guys. It's been, I didn't know how much track the grip was going to have with it kind of being wet and damp to start, and we started on slicks, and I'm the Achilles heel for these guys. Look at them. Look how bummed they are right now. They're bummed out.
Why are they down?
Well, I've been the Achilles heel. I'm trying not to wreck, but we're up to 24th. I struggled here last year. The turn 6 barriers are PTSD for me, and I'm trying not to wreck. So,
Have you approached that braking zone at all with much force?
No. No, I'm lifting out of the gas and starting to brake off of turn number 5. But no, in all seriousness, just trying to not wreck and give ourselves a chance at the end. Last year, I was trying way too hard and trying to make something that I couldn't, and would hit the tire barrier for 5 laps later. I'm like, okay, I'm going to take it easy, and then you get racing a guy and hit the tire barrier again, and then they repair it. And so I'm trying to give these guys an easy day's work, and just trying to figure it out. The rain, I kind of struggle in the rain with just seeing the lines and how they're painted. It's really slick, the painted lines in the rain, and just trying to keep the car in one piece and have something to race with at the end.
Why do you think street courses like this have been a struggle for you? What is it? What's different for you? Is it the walls being there in proximity, not being able to see around the corner? You know, there's so many things you experience here that you just don't really experience anywhere else that we go to.
It's hard. I mean, you've done it. It's hard. Yeah, there's obviously, you can run 100%, and it's a lot of risk and a lot of reward, though, if you run 100%. So I've kind of taken the approach this year of being, 95% and trying to keep the car in one piece. It's been definitely a little rough through, the braking zone in turn 4 at the end of Lakeshore Drive, and then down on Michigan Avenue through the bumps in turn 10. It definitely is challenging. So nonetheless, still proud of all these guys' effort for sticking behind us and just trying to make the most of today, trying to get as many points at the end of this race, keep the car in one piece, and have something to race with for the last 5-10 laps.
Well, Rick, we learned...
If we make it there, I hope we make it there.
We hope so, too. As we learned here, Rick, he's going to survive, though, in this 10 car. That's the key.
We're going to be positive. The rain is letting up. We're still seeing the AMR safety crew and the jet dryers, as well as the air tundras out there working, trying to clear up the puddles and the standing water that is out there. You take a look at the radar, it has passed, at least the heavy stuff. And so there's an opening back there as soon as they get the puddles and that standing water off the track. We're sure that we'll see the drivers climbing back into their cars, and we'll get back underway. Only 25 laps of the 75 lap complete from Chicago, but it is getting better here on the streets of Chicago. So many sunny days that we were able to experience in Chicago before this rain has come and now put a little bit of a dampening of our spirits, but it's not going to end this one because we know that it is getting better. The rain is letting up ever so slightly. There you see on the right one of the landmarks here. That's called Cloud Gate, or Steve, what was the other name for it? Cloud Gate, or we could call it the Bean. Yeah, we'll go with the Bean. But one of the artistic landmarks here in Chicago. Again, as we mentioned, the rain's still coming down, the street getting cleaned up. And now to Dave.
Rick up and down pit road, lots of smiling faces, especially those running in the top 10, and that includes John Hunter Nemechek. You know, I look back and I'm like, okay, how'd you get there?
We've had some speed this weekend. The guys here on this number 42 Legacy Motor Club, Dollar Tree, Toyota Camry XSE have brought the speed this weekend. We qualified well, had speed in practice in dry conditions earlier, or wet dry conditions, and then when we put wets on there, we were able to salvage there for a lap. So props off to the 42 guys. They've been working hard. We've been working hard as an organization here at Legacy Motor Club and just trying to get better each and every week. We've had some up and down weeks here recently, but overall we have some speed this weekend, so trying to capitalize on that.
And when I was talking to Crew Chief Ben earlier about you and this place, he was saying you're not opposed to it, right? You sort of embrace it. Finished second last year in the Xfinity race, right? So are you a tick the side a little bit guide so I know where I am, or how do you embrace a race course like this?
Yeah, I definitely think so. Just trying to find the limit. Luckily, I was able to run Xfinity practice Saturday morning before I got in the Cup car, and I definitely think that helped me kind of get up to speed a little bit faster in the Cup car. Even though they drive completely different, shift pattern is completely different, I feel like it did help me running the Xfinity race yesterday. Being able to pass and work with my spotters and different things of that sort, I think has helped come into today. But like you said, I've embraced this place. It's really cool. I mean, racing on the streets of downtown Chicago is really unique. It's a really cool venue to be able to do it, being able to have the hotel close, eat lunch with a family or breakfast with a family, and then being able to walk over and hop in a race car an hour later is really unique in itself. So it's neat for how many new fans were here. I think that got announced in the drivers meeting today. So really neat venue, but as a team we've embraced this place. Ben and I worked really well together here last year and working really well together again here this year, so hopefully we can go out and have a really good run. All the guys here at Legacy Motor Club, men and women, everyone back at the shop deserve it, so we're working hard.
Let's take a 10,000-foot view of your season and what it's been like for you. Where have you grown as a group, and you personally maybe on track? And the playoffs are 7 races away, not impossible. What are we looking for there?
Hopefully we can sneak it in today. Who knows? I think for us it's week-by-week basis right now. Just trying to run the best that we can each and every week that we show up to the racetrack. And like I said, it's kind of been up and down, but it's a building year. We knew that kind of coming in. Jimmy and Maury, Cal, everyone at Legacy Motor Club is continuing to try and help give us the tools that we need to be better each and every week, and everyone at Toyota TRD as well. So I don't have any racetracks circled on the schedule for trying to win at before we go to the playoffs, but I think the biggest thing for us is just a week-by-week basis. So I feel like I've grown as a driver a lot this year. I feel like I've made some rookie mistakes, and definitely shouldn't have made those with the experience that I have, but at the same time, this car is completely different from anything that I've driven and just not used to it. So no excuses there, but definitely working hard to try and adapt to this race car. Have some great guys in Legacy Motor Club organization with Trevor Main and Matt Kenseth trying to help push Eric and I to be better every single week as well. But most of all, we're working hard. It's week by week, and putting in the effort is not the issue, that's for sure.
Marty, as I leave John Hunter Nemechek, I have a great idea for him. Circle all the tracks. Pick one. Go get it.
Dave, I just broke the news to Alex Bowman that his teammate Kyle Larson had 2 sandwiches, a banana and a bar, and you've had what?
Nothing, and I just, that's a lot of food for a little guy like Kyle, but yeah, rain is wet.
Yeah, how would you describe these conditions today other than rain is wet? How's it been behind the wheel?
Yeah, that first run I thought we had a really good run going, and you know, we took the green there on wets. Pretty much everything went wrong that could have gone wrong. Got tagged there on the start a little bit and spun the tires and couldn't get going, and then couldn't see anything. My wiper wouldn't work, and then got down into turn 2 and demolished the 23 car with all 4 tires locked up. So apologies to them. Hate that for them. We had a really good race going together before that. We raced each other super hard. So yeah, super unfortunate. But yeah, our car's pretty hurt. But all we can do is keep fighting with it and see what the weather brings. Right. I think in the wet we might still be okay. In the dry, I don't think we'd be very okay. So we'll find out.
Is that a vision thing as we see the contact here with the 23, or is it a trying to figure out where the limits are thing?
Yeah, it was vision, and I can't really. This is the first time I've seen it, but I just locked up as soon as I hit the pedal, and I was going way too fast getting in the corner. So yeah, brakes locked up doesn't help the car slow down very well. Probably. I put some rear brake to it, but probably not enough. So just hate that. I'm pretty embarrassed about that. I hate doing stuff like that. But yeah, all we can do is move on and keep fighting. Left front of the car is pretty tore up, but we had a fast Ally Camaro before that, and conditions are pretty crazy, so anything can happen.
Let's talk about the playoff standings here with 7 races left in the regular season, plus 51 above the cut line. How do you play these final few races, and does it force you maybe into the box, in a box a little bit where you've got to play the points game?
Yeah, I mean, we have to maximize points, but also, you know, I think there's a lot of opportunities for people behind us to win too, right? Like we have a lot of good guys behind us in points. So, you know, we need to beat the couple guys right around us in points, but also if there's an opportunity to win or be aggressive on strategy, I think we need to take those. And there are definitely good tracks coming up for us. So, Blake and I and all the guys have been working really hard, and honestly we've had a really fast race car here this weekend, and I'm sure we will again next weekend. So we're going to keep fighting and hopefully make it happen.
Do you almost have to plan things out acting as if a new winner will come into the game?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think that probably will happen. So definitely not safe where we're at, and especially, I mean, you got past champions behind us in points. So just need to make good things happen, and don't need to drive into turn 2 and tear the left front off a car. So yeah, just need to do my part a little better at stuff like that, and need to have a little better race cars at a couple places, but we're going to keep fighting.
All right, if you need some food, it's down there in pit stall 1. It's not a far walk.
You said Kyle ate it all.
Well, there's still more.
Okay. I don't know where our snacks are. We'll have to send somebody for snacks.
All right, maybe Dave can send us some, because I think he's fairly close.
Okay.
Yes, we are, Marty. And, you know, it happens fast here in live TV, and especially when Todd's standing by, and then what were we chatting about? Oh, a rumor. Yeah, lots of rumors down here. No rumor at all the fact that you're up front, 6th right now as it scored. What do you expect when you go back to racing here?
Yeah, I don't know. It was definitely pretty tough to see right there. I went I was pretty much against the inside wall, I guess, into turn 1 on that first start in the super wet. So, yeah, we're just talking qualified 26th. Didn't really think we were knew anything special. Thought we were going to have a tough day of fighting ahead of us. But we've been moving forward slow and steady all day long. And, yeah, like I said, if you guys had to go to the back, we passed a lot of cars so far. So, who knows? I think we have a decent pace. We'll keep going forward. Hopefully we can get this generator Ford Dark Horse Mustang up front. And, you know, no better day than today to get my first win.
I'd say that'd be a pretty good attitude. How tough is it when you're trying to pay attention to everything, puddles, walls, all that sort of stuff, and there's chaos going on around you because somebody's sending it, somebody's thinking there's more grip than there is? I mean, how tough is that?
It is tough. It's, yeah, pretty much all you have to go off of is the guys in front of you, and the 14 is right in front of me, and it's a helpless feeling, man. You can even see, like, right, as soon as they start to wiggle, they seem to pick up speed, and then, yeah, you're along for the ride at that point. So definitely thankful to have missed those guys and picked up a few spots. And last year I made a lot of mistakes in the rain, so I'm trying to drive within myself, within our grip level and my ability. And yeah, hopefully just keep moving forward, be smart, and yeah, still long day ahead of us.
How good a weather forecaster are you? Because you may be getting back into this pretty soon. Did you know early in the week, like, this is a probability?
I mean, to me, the forecast looked completely clear for this whole weekend.
Me too.
And here we are, right? It's rained a lot of this race. So all you can do is stay ready no matter what. That's what we do. And recently it seems like if we're having a Cup Series race, it's going to rain. So disappointing, but at the same time, it's still really cool to see, you know, all the different levels to the hospitality. Got to meet Chain Smokers last night, and I think this event has been really cool.
Yeah. Did you get some food, by the way, in the last few minutes?
I didn't get any food, but I've had a lot of Italian food over the last couple nights. It's been really good. So The guys have been giving me a tough time about not having deep dish pizza, but the Italian food I've had has been pretty fire, so I'm happy about that.
Pasta, yeah, that's really good in Chicago too as well, Rick. And I see drivers kind of walking toward their cars, so we're going to let Todd go, and things are looking up around here.
Definitely looking up, and the radar looking better, and you see that there's a little opening here, which means the rain has let up to the point where the track is getting cleared off of at least the standing water and the puddles, and because of that, the drivers have been told that they are going back to their cars at 6:30 local. So that is in about 5 minutes. So the drivers getting called back to their cars in about 5 minutes. Yesterday, they were able to enjoy a little driver introduction on the main stage here, where the Black Keys, the Chainsmokers, Lauren Elena, and Keith Urban have all performed this weekend.
Well, welcome back to Chicago. As you can see, crews are out, starting to get their pit boxes a little water off of there. There's certainly it's being done on the racetrack and getting this taken care of. The drivers are being called back to their cars here in just a couple of minutes. Anticipation that maybe we'll have an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes of racing, Brad.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, it's lightened up just a little bit. The rain has stopped, so you know, we've got the rain tires. We can race in the wet. It's just the standing puddles. They get those out of here, get the guys back in the car. I think you're right. I think we have a good hour of racing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we know that this is going to be a tricky track when it goes back green. But we have coming up as we approach the end of the regular season and the playoffs, certainly Chicago Street Race has been that. Pocono, anything can happen there.
Yeah, absolutely. Pocono, very fast racetrack. And then you go on to Indianapolis, which is a very, very difficult race. I'm glad we're going back racing around the big track.
Oh,
it's going to be fun. And then you got Richmond and Michigan, a place you know very, very well. Unpredictable racing.
Unpredictable, short track racing, and you go to a 2-mile high-speed track. A lot can happen there. And then probably the most unpredictable one, you know, as we talk about drivers below the cut line, anybody and every one of them could possibly win at Daytona, and then the most difficult one, Southern 500 at Darlington.
Yeah, no doubt about it. In the playoff standings, I mean, if you're in a tough spot right now, like a Kyle Busch, who we've talked about a lot, you have to win one of these races over the next few weeks in order to have an opportunity. And I think it's going to look like that for a lot of guys once we leave here today, especially if you're below that cut line.
Yeah, I mean, you look and you think, okay, even Chris Buescher there, it would be in a pretty safe spot as far as points go. But there's a lot of drivers below that cut line that really have the ability to win at a number of those tracks that we're talking about.
Yeah, and you heard Alex Bowman talking about that. There's guys back there who are championship caliber drivers that can win races. So he's not relaxing. I don't think you can. I don't think anyone around that cut line or below it can take a weekend off. You have to be looking to maximize points, and a lot of times maximum points comes through winning.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see who steps that game up. We know that Bubba Wallace has the opportunity and has run really, really well at a lot of these. So is that going to be the driver that does that? Is somebody going to sneak in here today? We'll find out as the drivers are getting back to their cars. How about it, Parker?
Right, and you can look behind me right now. You're going to be able to see the full field right now getting ready, but we're here on pit road at the front of the field. I want to show you something we heard a lot of the drivers talk about when we were under that rain delay, and that is how treacherous some of the lines can be, the painted areas on this racetrack that obviously are in city streets. So one of the areas we found here is a crosswalk, which I want to show you. They painted these black, and you can see how the water is sudsing up and it sits on top of here compared to a normal asphalt where it actually goes into the actual asphalt. It's sort of porous and that sort of thing. That's why these are so slick. And that is what a lot of these drivers are struggling with. One of the worst areas for this is the restart zone in turn 12. Christopher Bell told me that was the slipperiest section there was. That's because of these large painted crosswalks and that sort of thing that have been put across this racetrack, obviously because it's city streets, but this specific paint is super slippery. So at least here, when we get going, the track is still wet. That is something a lot of these drivers have to deal with, especially in that restart zone down in turn 12, which will be interesting.
Thanks, Parker. And great sight here, seeing the drivers climbing back into their cars. The rain has let up. The track is getting all of the puddles taken care of, and we're getting ready for racing once again in Chicago.
I remember just riding around there under the pace laps and it being absolutely pouring and seeing just literally thousands of people lined up everywhere you look.
A lot of excitement going in there, probably a little overexcited.
NASCAR is making history, racing in the streets of Chicago.
Everything that came along with that race was just a lot of firsts, a lot of new things. It was pretty crazy.
It's certainly the most challenging road course I've been on.
It was a challenging racetrack already with how narrow it was and how slick it was, and then throw the wet aspect and the rain into it, and it totally changed it for us.
The rain added a little bit of unknown to the event.
That track was...
Oh, he hit the wall!
It was very treacherous.
Walls everywhere. You know, you're always like about to hit a wall at any point in time.
You get a little relaxed or get a little distracted or get just a hair too aggressive, it's a place slipping by you.
The weather was challenging and tricky, but the course itself was amazing. And, you know, we got our butts kicked by SVG.
Welcome to the NASCAR Winners Club.
Which wasn't fun.
Anytime you can do an inaugural event, it's special to be a part of it, but I feel like if we go back there this year and the weather's good, it's going to be like the inaugural all over again.
So many drivers had great experiences here a year ago, and then counting on those again. We heard a lot of the drivers talking about it. The big story at this point of this race is that the favorite and the winner of stage 1, Shane Van Gisbergen, is out of this race after a wreck. And so he will not be continuing on, which opens the door for so many different drivers.
I think that you have to see that as an opportunity if you're anyone else in the field. He was without a doubt the favorite, and there's been some challenging conditions, and we're going to see some more when we get this thing restarted on wet tires. But I think you just have to look at it that way. I like what Christopher Bell said about an hour and a half ago. He was ready to go then, and I think that's the mindset you have to have. Now, it can be a little cautious. I'm not saying, overdrive the car, but I think you have to feel like you want to be out here and see this race as an opportunity.
I mentioned that Shane Van Gisbergen was out of the race after an accident. Let's take you through his day. It started off where he was starting in the 5th position and making his way up. Matter of fact, got to the point where he was aggressively taking spots away from the other drivers. He was able to get by the 54 of Ty Gibbs right there to take the lead.
Yeah, they caught some lap traffic with all the different strategies going on. And then in the rain, Chase Briscoe, heavy braking, loses control, catches the back of SVG. And you see right there, heavy contact with the wall. And he was out of the race. Marty.
Hey, Rick, now the game for all the crew chiefs as the drivers have now climbed in. Number one thing is visibility for their drivers. So all the drivers here have changed the visor on the front of their helmet. We heard Christopher Bell mention that being an issue for him earlier. He had the dark visor on. He and Parker talked about that. They have clear visors on for the majority of the drivers here. And the other thing is just getting the windshield clean. Cliff Daniels a moment ago applied some Rain-X to the front of Kyle Larson's car and made sure that windshield was perfectly clear, the back glass as well. You saw that blower a moment ago, though, Steve. That's an interesting thing. NASCAR did allow the teams to open the right side window or either side of the car they wanted to go to, and to be able to use a blower inside the car because they want the back glass looking as clean and clear as possible. And if we can have Brad, my cameraman, come up here, you can see the back of Christopher Bell's car. Look at that. Look what that rear windshield looks like. So they're going to have to work on that for Bell. Vision, everything right now for you crew chief, Steve.
Well, vision for sure, and you see the slits in the back window. That's to exhaust the air to work on the temperature. Well, in the front windshield, there's a vent as well. We talked, heard the drivers saying they were getting wet as they were running around. Well, obviously the left side is just a window net, and the top of the windshield, that vent must remain open. It's part of the car. It's part of the design of the car to keep the drivers cool. And, we see from some of the in-car cameras, this vent right here, right, allows some water in. And while I don't think it really drips on anything important, like any electronics, I'm not concerned about the cars themselves not, finishing the race. What it does is just allow so much moisture in, and then it gets on the rear window. Luckily, at speed, they really use the rear view mirrors, or the rear view cameras, right? They don't really use a mirror. You see the camera, you stop right there at the top of the window, way at top. That right there is a camera. So as long as that can see back, you have a screen on your dash, you have a great idea what's behind you.
Dave.
Steve, I want to talk a little bit about Christopher Bell as hey, there it is right there, nice shot. As a road course driver, right, because he may not have been on the top of your list in terms of overall expectations at a road course, but he should be. Of his wins in the Cup Series, there have been 2 of them on road courses. In fact, the very first time that he won in a Cup Series race, it was on the road. It was on the road course. So he's got the skills. You heard him talk with Parker about the places that he enjoys around here. And he said earlier today when I talked to him, let it rain, let it rain. We were a little bit off in practice, and so I feel like that could even be to my advantage as well. So, Steve, what do you think, just in terms of racecraft and Christopher Bell overall on road courses, or in case of today, a street course, a wet one?
Well, if it's wet, why not? He won at New Hampshire in the rain. I thought he was one of the best cars here last year until that the race was shortened and really kind of messed up his strategy. And I think it had something to do with his attitude. Like you said, he loves adverse conditions. So I think that mindset matters. Now, look, it's easy to have a good mindset when you're pretty fast, and your car does what you're asking it to do, and he has some confidence behind the wheel.
Kim, how about the driver of the 13, A.J. Allmendinger?
Yeah, I caught up with him during the rain delay, the red flag, and he was very optimistic, said his car is way better than it was yesterday. And I kind of got the lay of the land, what's going to happen when we go back green. And he said it's all about survival and who can get into their rhythm the fastest. I also asked about teammate Shane Van Gisbergen being out of the race. How does that change things since SVG was the favorite? And he said lots of people get wide-eyed and eager when the favorite drops out of a race, but he said you cannot let that get you too greedy on this course because this track still demands a high level of patience. We'll see how patient drivers are, but AJ probably had the coolest red flag experience. Keith Urban's band sat atop the pit box, so he got to mingle with them during that rain delay. AJ Allmendinger just getting all the musicians' take on what this weekend's been like in Chicago.
Pretty cool experience there for AJ Allmendinger during this short rain delay. So the drivers, yeah, you see Daniel Suarez there. It looks like he's going to change out the gloves, a little bit too wet. And a lot of drivers are trying to make sure that they're comfortable getting back in the car after it had rained here for a little over an hour.
Here's another good look at that camera, right? So this is where Daniel's going to look to see what's behind him. That's shooting right back at the car behind him.
Got some dry gloves. Again, we heard some of the cars fired up and starting the engines up and getting ready to roll once again here at Chicago. Again, 25 laps have been complete. We mentioned the number, and we heard DJ and Brad talk about it as well. 820 is the number that NASCAR has told these teams that the race will end by 8:20. So that is a number that everyone will look at to see if we can get 50 laps in that amount of time. So that's a little over an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes until that number. We take a look at the radar once again as the heavy stuff has passed through, but you see a couple cells popping back up. They want to make sure that there's not standing water on this racetrack.
Well, the concern isn't really the rain. If it was just green, it's that like orange little spot that, you know, I don't think that's a long-term heavy downpour, but you might get just enough where they'll have to go out and, you know, work on the track one more time. I think they're waiting to see. The last thing we want to do is roll the cars out. You know, you hear the engine shut off now, so we don't want to put the cars on the racetrack to just go out into a downpour and do this all over again.
And again, that number is 8:20 local, 9:20 p.m. Eastern, when this race will conclude. Again, 50 laps still in front of these drivers from the streets of Chicago, and we hope to get them fired back up when we come back. It was a picture-perfect day yesterday as you look back on the NBC Tower and Lake Michigan in the background. And that was the backdrop for the Xfinity Series race. And it was a barn burner from the very drop of the green flag. The green flag is in the air. We're racing in Chicago again.
Trying to look his way to the inside, but Larson wants the lead. He'll squeeze his way to the inside off turn 2. Van Gisbergen with some momentum on the outside through 3 and into 4 for the first time. The 97 gives way. Kyle Larson to the lead through 4. SVG looks back inside. Larson and Van Gisbergen making their way for the lead. SVG is going to jam it into 6, and he'll take the lead. Larson's got to check up. It's almost like a game of me and my shadow between SVG and Larson. Larson's going to jam it in again to the inside for the lead. Fender out in front for Kyle Larson. SVG battling back to the inside, side by side for the lead in turn 2. Trying to get the run. Larson throws the block. Here comes SVG back to the bottom.
What a great move. He saw Larson was in trouble. Contact right there. Larson giving him no space whatsoever. This is incredible racing early. This is lap 4.
These two are putting an absolute show on for the fans, because then Larson goes, I'm going to cross you over, try to work drivers outside in turn 2. Eventually had to give up the position. What a race between the two. And then right here, you see the respect between Shane Van Gisbergen and Kyle Larson.
And it ended up being Shane Van Gisbergen who got the win in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. That shower that we showed you on the radar, it's here. So it's coming down. The team's trying to cover up the driver's side window. The drivers are still in those cars, but that's that shower that is hitting right there. You see where X6 is. It's a little cell right over the track, and then after it, looks like it opens up. Some people are taking advantage of a little bit of rain here in the park. We have the Air Tundras that are out there trying to get the standing water off of the track. Earlier today, NASCAR and ABB, a global leader in electrification and automation, launched a partnership to advance NASCAR's strategic ambitions across electrification. ABB will provide support, guidance, and equipment to help NASCAR's efforts to decarbonize its operations with the goal of net zero operation emissions by 2035. And they showed that in the new vehicle there. There's a partnership that's going to explore the high-performance electric racing that's coming to NASCAR.
Yeah, they let the car on the front stretch to do a standing start, and it was impressive, the torque of that electric vehicle.
Ross Chastain has been enjoying a little time on social media. Take a look.
You know we were best friends first. We'll always be best friends. Peach is just here for a couple more weeks. It's not that big of a deal. Come on, you know we go way, way back. Peach will not come between us. If we win, we'll celebrate like we did last year in Nashville and Phoenix, okay? Just like old times. All right? All right. See you there this weekend.
And of course, Ross Chastain, an 8th generation watermelon farmer. He celebrates by smashing a watermelon at the end of a race if he gets to victory lane. And Busch Light Peach maybe slipping in there to the friendship.
Looks like Busch Light watermelon. Maybe that'd be on.
That's an opportunity.
Yeah.
Well, obviously disappointing for the drivers who just climbed into the cars, and they were hoping that they would be firing the engines and rolling, but with that cell going through, they shut the engines back off. Dave.
Just a little more on Ross, the things he's been embracing here in Chicago since he got here this week. Of course, there's been some Busch Light Peach involved there, and I'm sure there's been some watermelon involved too, but he told me yesterday during practice and qualifying, he took the cold plunge for the first time. Now, those of us that grew up around Lake Michigan, whether on the eastern side like I did or on the western side if you're here in Chicago, you know it's not that warm. So somewhere in the mid-50s to low 60s was the water temperature, and he'd never tried the cold plunge before. A lot of people are doing that for health reasons. He said it was great. I liked it. Yes, it was freezing, but I really, really enjoy that almost as much as my first try at Deep Ditch Pizza, Chicago style. So he's a fan of both now. And Rick, I don't know if you do the cold plunge or not, but Lake Michigan apparently a very good spot for that, and maybe even more so today after all this rain.
Yeah, it can be very cold, especially in the winters here. Once again, the sky's looking to clear up a little to the west and north of the track. As soon as this rain stops, we hope to get those engines fired back up. Known to Chicago is the Deep Dish Pizza. They have been busy all this week and this weekend with the NASCAR fans in the area enjoying that.
Man, that was an advanced move.
It's the service also is spectacular. As we see a little bit of rain still coming down, but we have the opportunity to talk to the guy who's currently in the 5th position, the driver of the 45, Tyler Reddick. We'll dial him up on the radio, Steve.
Hey, Tyler, it's Letarte, the guys in the booth. You got me?
Yeah, I got you guys.
Well, lots been made of the rain and the vision, but I want to talk about the track itself. I think we're definitely going to get back at the standing water off there. What is the most challenging part? Is it like the high speed 4 and 5 or the more technical side of the racetrack over there on Michigan Ave?
Yeah, you know, I think it's the tricky parts of this racetrack to me is just where the surface is older. You know, the more broken up it is, the more opportunity for that standing water. Turn 4 is tricky as it is, but I think everyone's been pretty careful through there when in the damper conditions. But yeah, turn 6, and then obviously, you know, the back half of the track, I feel like turn 7, turn 9, turn 11 is where it's very, very tricky. But it's just kind of hard to tell where the limit is, and I think that's what's been getting these drivers in trouble.
Well, speaking of the limit, you know, as a crew chief, I'm trying to think how long we're going to run. We know there's this time limit out there and fuel load, and all of those things are going through my mind in the seat. Do you want those updates, or you just want to settle in? I mean, you can see the front from 5th, so you kind of have that track position. You just race from here, or do you want the updates on how far you guys think you'll run?
Yeah, I think, you know, Billy's done a good job to keep me in the loop, the potential. So, yeah, we kind of have an idea what we need to do, but yeah, I think for the most part, regardless of what tires we're on, you know, it's just about making the most out of each lap and making sure that, you know, you don't get too choked up in traffic, and when you do get some traffic, you know what you need to do to get around that traffic. So learned a little bit, certainly under this last delay, and just ready to get back out there and hopefully improve and then learn some more.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time. We're with you as well. We're ready for you guys to get back out there. So entertaining for the first little bit of this race. We're ready to see some more laps.
But yeah, we'll see what happens. Thanks, guys.
Always great when a driver will take the time. I was going to ask him deep dish or thin crust. But
yeah, which preference?
With Michael as a co-owner, I don't want to put him on the spot to have to go a different way. It's not very good to a guy.
You mentioned Michael as a co-owner, Michael Jordan as well as Denny Hamlin, starting 2311, and this last week we were able to go check out Airspeed, which is the new shop for that team.
Joined by Denny Hamlin here at the new Airspeed. Where did the original idea for Airspeed come about?
You know, it was one of the very first things that I told MJ when we were starting a team. I said, what are you going to need? I said, well, we're going to need a charter, we're going to need a driver, we're going to need sponsors, and I need a race shop. Didn't know that it would turn into this, but this planning for Airspeed started at the inception of 2311 4 years ago. 23 is Michael, 11 is Denny Hamlin, Air is Michael, and Speed is Denny Hamlin.
So one of my favorite things is all the natural light.
A lot of these race shops are, you know, built a lot differently, and I just wanted to make sure I had a view of natural light from north, south, east, west. So we have 2 meeting rooms here. This is the 11 meeting room. This is the 23 meeting room. It's 45 shoes on the 23 wall. I wanted to make it feel like an arena in here, so you see the LED boards. We call this the racetrack lighting. Ideally, one day, I'd love to have this LED screen running all the way around this, but we got to win some more races first.
Okay. So you and Michael have invested a lot in Airspeed. How do you feel like it's going to help elevate the team?
I viewed it similar to a college campus, right? If you're a free agent, mechanic, or pit crew member, you don't always think about your options. And this is a recruiting facility. Hopefully this is a difference maker for us. You know, it's just a dream come true for me.
And it truly is an amazing space. The coolest part about that is the fact that Denny gave us the tour because he lit up talking about every single part of that space. And he had his hand on absolutely every detail, every design detail. He really wears Airspeed as a badge of pride. And when I say he had his hand on every single detail, Marty, you saw some shots of that kind of break cafe room. Well, along the ceiling where the light fixtures are, there are actually plants hanging. Denny hung all of those plants himself. So he helped some of the installation for all of the design choices he made for Airspeed. Truly just a state-of-the-art facility, Marty.
Yeah, an impressive facility, no doubt about it, in Huntersville, North Carolina. You know, another thing that 2311 has done, Kim, you heard Denny mention 4 years ago they started. Originally, they got their pit crews from Joe Gibbs Racing. That worked for a while, but the last 2 years, they have taken those pit crews back in-house as some of those pit crew members start to remove the cover of that 45 car. I talked to Billy Scott's crew chief for Tyler Reddick about it. He said it's been terrific. It gives us consistency. We can teach them our culture. It allows us to be better aligned as a team. And he also said at Airspeed, we have our own pit practice facility, our own gym. The drivers can drive the car in pit practice. He said, quote, it's been a noticeable evolution. Josh Shiplet is the pit crew coach there, longtime tire carrier for Denny Hamlin. And Steve, in a day and age where teams have millions, yes, plural, invested in pit crews, and salary-wise for the 5 guys who go over the wall, $1 million invested in just those 5 salaries, how important is it that 2311 took those pit crews in-house?
Well, I think the evolution is the key, right? It's control. I think that they did a really nice job at 2311 understanding kind of how you put the pieces together. You know, instantly they came on the scene and they got support from Joe Gibbs Racing. That was the instant kind of gratification of putting cars on the racetrack. But control's the key, because what's your mindset, what's your approach, how you're going to coach these pit crews. These pit stops now are so fast. It's not just how well you can do them, it's how fast are you trying to do them. You know, is this a sprint? Are you 10/10ths going as fast as you can? Or are you a 9% team? And you make sure you have them tight all the way around. And for Denny Hamlin, you know, he drives a Joe Gibbs car, and he could probably have a voice in that approach, but he's just one voice in it. But on the team he owns, I'm sure he's the biggest. Him and the other co-owner, right? They should have the biggest vote in the control of those pit crews.
The other thing I like is we heard from Brad Doherty earlier, who knows Michael Jordan, knows his attitude, knows his competitiveness. Denny Hamlin, Michael Jordan are friends. They have gotten to know each other pretty well. Obviously, they're business owners in a race team. And Denny Hamlin has almost taken on that personality of Michael Jordan when it comes to competition. And we've seen it as far as the way he races guys now. I mean, he's one of the best, if not the best, on the track right now. As far as Denny Hamlin, he's a lock for Hall of Fame when he does retire from racing. But he's almost taken on a new edge of, I might intimidate you a little bit more than even race you hard on the racetrack, just because that's the mindset that I go into this with. I'm going to win every part of the race, not just the talent behind the wheel, but the mental aspect as well.
He's become very comfortable with the microphone. He's been very comfortable with the popularity, both positive and negative at times. And I think that says a lot about an athlete, right? You're always judged. Your performance is always judged. But he's to the point in his career where he just seems, you know, he almost seems like he is just racing for himself, right? He wants to accomplish these goals. I think that makes him more dangerous on the racetrack because he's almost way more of a free spirit than he was maybe 10 years ago behind the wheel.
Well, we did talk with Ty Gibbs when he was sitting up on the pit box. He's strapped into the car now. Listen into the radio.
Everybody's going to be in the same boat now, where we're really close to the time window on not needing to pit again. So it's all going to be a job about saving fuel under caution and maintaining the lead, saving fuel to make sure we make it to that window so we can make it to the end of the race laps. We're going to run out. We're going to rout the damn lead. That's what needs to happen.
Well, we've heard that before, and that was maybe a week ago with Logano. If we're going to run out, we're going to run out in the lead.
Well, so this is the challenge, right? You know, it's easier and more natural to do a fuel mileage over a distance. That's how it's always calculated. We don't run time races. We run distance races. Well, now with a stated time window, you know, 50 laps to go in the race. So now the question is, you know, they're guessing, are we running under green or under caution? It's a much harder math equation, Dave.
Well, Chris Gale is pretty good at math. His car leads the race right now, and we just heard you talking on the radio with him about obviously the time limit, and then certainly not wanting to come down pit road at all and give up that lead.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think part of it is, right, everybody just pitted, right, and has less than one lap on their tires, and you're right at that window, right, where 8:20 we know is the white flag time. We're going to roll off here at 7:05 to 7:10. Every caution flag we get increases it by about 5 minutes of less green flag time we'd have. So we think we all have enough in the tank to potentially save and get really close to that number. From then, the caveat depends is there's no more rain coming. How many laps does it take for the track to dry out to where you might need slicks, right? You go back to last year, it wasn't quite this wet at the start of the race. Close, but not quite. And it was about 24, 25 laps, guys were putting on slicks. So a little heavier wet conditions, maybe 30, 35, you're doing that. So then fuel may not come into play of that. So you don't want to pit if you're going to be able to finish this thing on wets based on time. We'll just see if the dries come into it or not.
Crazy, lots going on. Drivers are in their cars. The track is drying. We'll be back to green flag racing soon in Chicago.
part of the race. You know what I mean? It's no wetter.
Drivers are strapped in, and NASCAR has let them know, fire the engines back up. We can sit here with the Celsius onboard camera looking at Corey LaJoie. There's Daniel Suarez. He's carrying the Coca-Cola onboard camera. As we look back on him, he put the dry gloves on just a little while ago.
I'm going to tell you, Rick, it sounds crazy, but this is going to be a very, very interesting hour and 10 or 12 minutes because this crossover point is coming. I know we've had a ton of rain, but we have seen these cars dry tracks very quickly on rain tires. And I believe there are areas of the track, specifically over by Jeff Burton in turn 11, and really from 8 to 11, Washington, Congress Plaza, that area stayed wet last year for the majority of the race.
Right.
But the front stretch and all down Lakeshore Drive and coming back Columbus, it dried relatively quickly. So there's going to be this crossover where your driver is going to have to put dries on to find pace and then tiptoe through the wet sections with dry tires on. So you know, I think this is going to be a pretty fascinating decision on how these drivers and teams have to tackle this.
Let's hear from Randall Burnett. He's with Parker.
Right, and I was listening to you, Steve, talk about all that. So let's talk to a crew chief of Kyle Busch here. You guys are in 9th place. There's a lot of discussion about teams potentially evaluating how slow you're going to go when it's wet right now, how fast the track gets when it goes dry, and what does that do for your strategy fuel-wise here?
Well, that's a great question. Obviously, you know, we're not going to make it to the...
And when you have rain, sometimes you have some technical difficulties. It sounds like a microphone that has a little issue, so apologize for that. I know that Randall Burnett was getting ready to talk about
I was on the edge
strategy.
of my seat.
Yeah.
I wanted to see what Randall was going to tell me. I know he was going to give me the answer on how to do this. Kyle Busch wanted to know what he had to say as well.
He was listening intently also.
So here's these rain tires have treads to move the water. They have softer compound Goodyear rubber for grip. You have to have grip. But what happens as the dry lanes dry, you heard Ryan Blaney talk about the concrete. He thought dried quicker than the asphalt. You then have to find this magical mix of, hey, I'm losing grip. Why am I losing grip? Well, my tires are too hot. So now down these long straightaways, we might see some crazy looks where they go offline, not really puddles, but find damp areas to cool these tires off. As we'll see Bubba Wallace roll off, so they are now back under yellow. You know, there's just a lot to do, and these drivers, fortunately, have got a lot of experience here recently.
So the 23 rolled off first because he was on pit road at the time of caution, and that's why he was stopped in front of the entire field. He's making his way around. Marty.
As the field rolls officially, Rick, you see Ty Gibbs leaving. Let's chat with Cliff Daniels and see if, so in an odd way, did that rain shower maybe buy everybody enough time to make it all the way to the end on fuel at 8:20 Central?
Yeah, it very well may. We're crunching all the numbers on that now, and we'll just see how it plays out. But our Valvoline, HinderCars.com Chevy's been pretty solid today. Always proud of the job that Kyle does and this team does. So we've got to evaluate, you know, the numbers of what you're describing and just see what we can do. You know, we'll be saving fuel. I'm sure a lot of guys will be saving fuel right around under yellow here. Then under green, you don't want to give up too much track position. So we'll try to be smart about it, see how it plays out. You never know. We may get a dry lane. And if you get a dry lane, you know, that's going to add a whole nother layer of excitement for tires and things like that. So we'll see how it goes.
I was going to ask you, how quick would you be willing to react if you do get the dry line? Because normally the game is first one to slick tires wins.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's still going to be, you know, a decent factor to be the case. We'll just have to pay attention. I think there's going to be about a lap time, you know, threshold that we'll look at for whoever the first guy is on slicks and see if he can beat that threshold that would make it, you know, kind of a no-brainer to go ahead and put on slicks. So a lot to cover, a lot of ground to look at, but our team's ready, and we'll see how it goes.
I appreciate the time, Cliff. Steve, today is probably a day you're happy you're in the booth and you're not on a pit box.
I don't know. It looks like fun. First one to slicks win unless you're a lap too early. Then your driver really, really hates you.
Unless you're a lap too early. Cars rolling once again in Chicago. We're looking forward to the green flag here shortly. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series, Chicago Grant Park 165, presented by Xfinity. Pretty good vantage point up there. Today's aerial coverage has been brought to you by Shady Rays, giving us some beautiful views of this 2.2 mile, 12 turn street course that the cars are rolling around now as they're going through turn number 1. Getting ready for the green to come back out. The red flag was out for an hour and 43 minutes. 27 laps are complete, 48 to go. And again, that number 820 has been told to the teams. That's 820 local or central time, 920 Eastern. But that has been told to all of the teams. That's when they will go to get the white flag and complete this race. If we can get in those 48 laps, obviously it'd be going pretty quick, but it's possible.
Well, that's exactly the point, right? If this runs off green, 90-second lap times, they're going to click by very quickly.
Right. Advent Health and the 43 car of Eric Jones showing us that's on the camera, so we're able to pivot or move the lens, which still has some rain and precipitation on it.
Yeah, but this is a better view right from Hamlin, and speed's going to be your friend. I actually think once you get up to speed, it should hopefully blow off any real standing water. The big thing for me is every lap is going to be different. And what I mean by that is, you're going to try to test the grip level of your car. The same time, the grip level of the track is shifting.
Right.
So that's, I think, what makes this so interesting. And that's why I think Bell, Larson, some of these guys that run dirt, because that's a little bit like the dirt move, right? The moisture comes out of the dirt and they have to adjust quickly. Talking about SVG and, the road course, he has so much experience. Well, now, rain isn't equal to dirt, but the idea of a shifting track condition might be more comfortable to some, although to be quite honest, these Cup drivers now have enough experience. We have seen wet weather tires on different occasions with both ovals and road courses now. Man, they're the best stock car drivers in the world.
Yeah.
They make it look easier than it is, but I think this is going to be a much more exciting and energetic style race. I don't think they're going to just settle in.
Dave, what about the 8 of Kyle Busch? He's restarting 9th.
Think about it, Rick. They have had the season from, well, you know where. Everything has happened bad to them that could happen. In fact, the last 3 races, the 8 car for Kyle Busch, they've failed to finish in various ways. So they're now 104 points away from the playoffs. 7 races to go. They need a miracle. Could this be it? Kyle told me on the float, waving to the fans before the race started, we had to flip our entire car. This right-hand, mostly street course, our car was not working to the right. So we had to change everything to try to get it better. The wet changes a few things, but he is now going to show us what he can do with the car that they hopefully got better. You'll see it all from the Goodyear onboard camera. Kim?
Well, Dave, Chase Elliott leads all drivers this season for best average finish of 10.1, looking to continue that streak, currently in the 8th position. And he had a really strong performance here last year, finished 3rd. Despite that, crew chief Alan Gustafson told me they went a different direction with their setup. They knew they had to put something else to the table after what SVG did last year, and they were able to learn from that data from SVG. Before the red flag, Chase said his balance was pretty good, but they're on a similar thought process, Marty, that we heard Cliff Daniels tell you. Alan saying the winner will be who puts on slicks early. The challenge is you don't want to be too early.
Coming off a career best second at Nashville last week, you got to give credit to Zane Smith and his race team. They have him up in the 4th position. And all this talk about how the teams can make it from here to the potential end at 820 Central. Well, this team has not pitted today. I just checked in with the team. They can only go about 12 to 13 more laps. Actually, yeah, so they should be able to make it to lap 40 or 41 is when they think they would have to bring Zane Smith down pit road. But, Steve, their hope is that by that point, there'll be a dry line developing on the racetrack, and then everybody will be coming to pit road.
Yeah, absolutely right, Marty. That's the idea, right? Don't pit now because you need fuel, but in 8 I really think this dry line is going to come quicker than we think. I mean, I think like 8, 9, 10 laps, these drivers are going to be thinking they want to switch tires. Now, it's not going to be dry everywhere, and they're going to have to adapt in the areas that aren't, but I'm reading some of the radio comments. They said, well, there's some puddling some places, but overall, they feel like the track is is no more wet than it was when we saw the original green.
And let's listen into the radio of Ross Chastain.
No big puddles, but it's ice. I don't know if it's because I got out and I got to get reacclimated, or the tires have a heat, like a one lap on them, but man, it is slick.
So normal pit road procedure when pit road opens back up.
Yeah, so that means live pit stops, put fuel in, make adjustments, change tires. So that's interesting what he said, you know, so they didn't, you know, they ran one like half a lap or so on these tires, and maybe they just didn't, maybe they don't cure the same way, they cooled off and they're slippery. And normally in dry, you kind of work the tires to heat them up, but I don't think you can really do that at slower speeds in the wet. Look at that, the 9 car, they got slicks on the wall.
They're
so the
ready
next
for
time they're
slicks.
coming in, it's gonna be for a tire change. They got the wets behind, same thing for the 8. You know, so they'll have wets ready in case you had a flat or an accident. But the next time we see cars on pit road in a competitive manner, or at least the leaders, it's gonna be a strategic change.
That will be the last lap of the race.
So cars rolling around, and pit road will be open this time by.
What a shot.
Yeah, I love that.
Never gets old.
Cars just appearing over the bridge there. There's railroad tracks underneath. That's in between Michigan and Columbus. So pit road is open if someone wants to come onto pit road now.
You might see some guys at the back come. There's a few that are on really odd strategies with some wave rounds. They might need to, you know, put some fuel in the car or some other things. But I think everyone in the top 20 or top 25 pretty well committed.
Possibility that the 24 might pit. We'll wait and see if it comes to pit road. Remember, they had an issue with the steering.
Yeah, well,
and so did a lot of changes there, started in the back.
Yeah, I mean, he was last on pit road, or he has yet to pit, right? So he's running 26th. So he's going to come down to service. Kim?
Yeah, you're right. This is the first stop of the day for William Byron on the same set of wet weather tires he started the race on, and they noticed under the red flag there was some blistering specifically on that left rear. So they're putting wet weather tires on William Byron for the first change of the day. You see the Sunoco fuel going in too. They were going to be shorter than the remainder of the field as well on fuel. So it was just a matter of let's come now, Marty.
Same move for last week's winner at Nashville, Joey Logano. Paul Wolf bringing him down pit road. They're going to go to wet tires here. Just heard a number of crew chiefs say, Steve, that it's going to be about 1 hour and 1 minute, according to their clock, that we will have for racing time. Are you surprised, though, Steve? Even though it is slick out there, with everyone saying that dry line's going to come quick, no one went for slicks right now under this caution.
Oh, no, I think it's still much too wet for slicks. I'm not sure you would see your car come back around if you sent him out here. I think you'd be 10, 15, 20 seconds off the pace.
Getting ready to call this radio style once again. That means we have Mike Bagley, Dylan Welch, and Jeff Burton back up in their perches. Mike?
That'll be back, and I'll tell you what, tip of the cap, Turn 6 fans, they've not left through this whole weather delay. We're ready, they're ready, and we're ready to turn this green flag loose. Dylan.
Interesting over here in turn number 5. There's a lot of street paint just off the racing line. This is already a tricky part of the racetrack. We talked about that in the dry. This is just another wrinkle now with the current conditions over here in turn 4, Jeff.
We heard all the drivers talking during the red flag about how difficult it is to know how hard you can push the race car. Well, now we know the race is going to be done in about an hour. You have to push hard if you want to win this race. Somebody's going to cross the limit. We just don't know who it is.
And Jeff just mentioned it, 1 hour, so 8:20 is the number. Once the race leader crosses the start-finish line after 8:20 Central, which is local, the next lap will be the white flag, followed by the checkered flag. There will be no overtime.
And I read that from NASCAR as in we could be under yellow, we could be under green, we could be, I mean, that is a time limit, so you know that's the situation. I only say that because if we run enough under green, this could be someone could be saving fuel to run those last 2 laps. So we really have no idea what it could be, but I applaud NASCAR for putting that time out so early. Right now the teams know what they're up against.
And again, it's a single file restart. Green flag is back in the air. Ty Gibbs leading them down Columbus Drive into turn 1.
Here's Ty Gibbs. He'll take the reins. He'll scamper out in front by about a car length or 2. That's Christopher Bell at the 20. Kyle Larson in the 5. They're already side by side. Zane Smith kicks the back end wide right there. Everybody is safely through turn 1. Now the right-hander onto turn 2 at Lakeshore Drive.
Good racing there at the front of the field. Larson on Christopher Bell for the second spot. Bell will get the better of that battle as everybody works down Lakeshore Drive here. Just looking for some clean racetrack to avoid the spray. They work through 3 and down into the right-hander, the treacherous turn 4. Bell is close. He's putting the pressure on Ty Gibbs. Now here's the right-hand turn number 5. They go back onto Columbus Drive and head towards turn 6.
And everybody is taking a measured approach. This is a very slick portion of this road course, and it's collected cars already today, and this has a reputation of being very tough in the wet. Here's the battle for the lead. Christopher Bell taking a peek. Ty Gibbs giving him room, and Bell's just going to jam it in there. Couple of Toyotas, couple of teammates side by side for the lead.
Christopher Bell won New Hampshire in the rain. That's a 1 mile.
Trouble turn 6. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Denny Hamlin get collected. Hamlin driver's side into the tire barrier. Stenhouse driver's side into the tire barrier. They got stacked up coming off the end of the back straightaway here. Hamlin rates his car. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trying to do the same.
Hamlin can't get it fired. Stay green. The 20 has taken the lead away from Ty Gibbs as they work their way through turn 11 and up the hill and back down to turn 12. But it's now Christopher Bell out in front. Ty Gibbs running second. Here comes Kyle Larson in the 5.
Here they come into turn number 1 through turn number 2. Greg, we still got a problem here in 6. We got Hamlin and Stenhouse. They still have yet to refire their cars, and Hamlin is sitting in the middle of the racetrack.
With no one coming except for the leaders, I think they're going to try to give the 11 as much time as possible. But, oh, it looks like he's rolling now.
He was rolling, and he stops again. Marty.
He's trying to recycle the power. That's what Denny Hamlin's trying to do. Finally, he gets moving, and I believe we stay green that entire time. Yes, we do.
Here comes Larson, though, as he's closed the gap on that 54. Coming right at you, Dylan.
They work down into turn number 4. Christopher Bell has scampered away. Ty Gibbs trying to fend off a hard-charging Kyle Larson through 4 and into 5. This is the race for the second spot. Tyler Reddick in the mix there as well at the back.
Hamlin and Stenhouse away. So turn 6 is clear. Ty Gibbs right now. Christopher Bell, everybody stacked up. Bell's away with a good lead. Here's the battle for second. Gibbs in the 54. Larson in the 5. Tyler Reddick in the 45. And they are tiptoeing their way through turn 6, up the hill, and then down to 7.
Here's the replays of what happened. This is riding on with Denny Hamlin. Oh, he locked the rear wheels up. Just not understanding the grip level. You could hear them bouncing up and down. That is just too much rear brake in these conditions, it sounded like to me. And then Ricky Stenhouse, the wrong place, wrong time. They were running 14th and 15th. The tire barrier doing a great job absorbing the energy, and I don't think a tremendous amount of damage to those 2 race cars.
Yeah, maybe the 11 into the back of the 47. That was a pretty hard hit that the 11 got into the back of the 47. But back up to second and third. That is Ty Gibbs, who's running second. Third is Larson. He's trying to close that gap and take the position away.
Everybody trying to search for grip right now. The track is starting to dry out. Don't get me wrong, it's very wet. These drivers are starting to get a little comfort as they hang the left onto Balbo. That's turn 1 with Christopher Bell. Probably one of the largest leads we've seen all day. Here's Ty Gibbs and Kyle Larson. This is the battle for second, third, and fourth on Lakeshore Drive.
Christopher Bell, who was so strong in this race last year, felt like it slipped away from him. Trying to avenge that here. We go on board with Ty Gibbs as they work down the back straightaway. The car running in the second spot. You see Christopher Bell, the race leader, ahead. Going into the right-hand turn number 4. Here it is for Gibbs. He's got Kyle Larson behind him by about 2 car lengths as they round the corner off turn 5.
Ty Gibbs getting a little loose there coming out of 5. He collects the car, takes a check of the mirror, and he's got Kyle Larson breathing down his neck right now. You've also got Tyler Reddick and Todd Gilliland. They are the rest of the top 5, and everyone in hot pursuit of Christopher Bell as he's already left turn 6.
Great shot right here. You see the amount of work that Ty Gibbs is having to do, and look at the vision that he has. Basically, he can see the lights flashing of Christopher Bell, but it's very hard to really understand exactly where he is in the lines. So you're not really going to learn anything from him. You're just trying to make sure you don't make contact with one of these walls. If you overstep your bounds, push a little bit too hard, this is a narrow racetrack, and you will pay the price for making impact.
Ty Gibbs doesn't want to have any impact with these walls right now as he continues to chase down the 20 of Christopher Bell. And we get a great vantage point here from the Monster Energy onboard.
Yeah, I love the look out front, but watching Ty go to work is even better. I mean, it is anything but smooth. Look how busy those hands are, trying to keep control of that race car, even on the straightaway under the shifts, and wants to fishtail.
Here's Seabell, back to the corner. Ty Gibbs, we watched him in car there a moment ago. Here's Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick. They've already made the right-hander, the left-hander that is, onto Balbo. Here comes the right onto Lakeshore, and the leaders now starting to spread out just a tad, Dylan.
Everybody just legging it out. You see some cars power sliding there off of turn number 2. Here's a great look at Lakeshore Drive. That's turn 3 right there that the race leader Christopher Bell is going through. Heavy transition here from different sorts of pavement and asphalt as they round turn number 4. All that street paint as well makes this so tricky and slippery. Everybody amongst the top 5 and top 10 right now, smoothly through 4 and out of 5 headed towards you, Mike. And not to mention the slick nature of the concrete that's on Columbus Drive, and that's what they're on right now. They'll go drivers right up against the wall, and then Christopher Bell will angle his car in. Larson, oh, Larson's in hot. Oh, he'll go windshield deep. Kyle Larson locks it down and slams into the tire barrier while racing for second here in turn 6.
Very hard contact for Kyle Larson in turn 6. Caution has come out. He's trying to get unlocked from that tire barrier, but to no avail. Looked like he was going to shorten that car up as hard as he was going in there.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest hits we've seen in turn 6. Here, he's stuck. I don't know if he made contact with the 54 or the 5 was trying to get by. I think he knew the 20 was kind of pulling that lead, and he knew he had to make something happen. What exactly happens? You just see too far, lock up, and barely contact. Turns right, actually. Kyle Larson turns right to miss the 54 and takes a head-on shot. Turns right, or the car goes right, but almost misses the tire barriers all the way to the right. Makes contact with the concrete wall. You see the damage. Grazes the bumper of the 54. Look at that concrete barrier move. That is a big impact.
Yeah, reminder, those things are 10,000 pounds, and all 5 tons are moving when the 5 gets in him. Marty.
What a hard hit for Kyle Larson. And remember, Rick, this is a team battling for the regular season championship. Cliff Daniels just told Kyle, he said, listen, do not get out of the car. Tell them that you want them to pull you out and try to get back to pit road. Steve, why is that important for Kyle Larson not to get out of the car?
Well, because if he could drive it back, then they can make repairs and stay within the DVP, which is the time limit. He could continue in the race. Unfortunately, Cliff Daniels, I don't think, is going to want to see the front of this car. He's thinking, and I agree, I mean, Kyle Busch last year went windshield deep under the tires and came back to have a great day. Unfortunately for the 5 of Larson, he got all the way to that concrete barrier. So when I think when they pull him back, we're going to see some very heavy damage on the front of this race car. You see them using the tow strap. Here at the road courses, they have that hook. Yeah, you see right there, Jeff, big damage on the 5.
Yeah, big damage on the 5, and think about the opportunity that's been created. Shane Van Gisbergen early in the race, out, got run into from behind in the wets. Now Kyle Larson made a mistake. Both of those guys were the odds-on favorites to win this race. Neither one will. Who's going to take advantage?
The steering's really tight. Yeah, we can work on that. Do you have water pressure?
Water pressure. Cliff Daniels isn't really worried about the steering. He wants to make sure that the radiator's still in the race car. That's why he's asking.
Where I'm going, and my water pressure is 6, 7.
Yeah, I mean, the right front tire is not rolling. This is not repairable. This is going to be the end of the day for the 5 car. And I agree with Jeff. Huge opportunity for others. You know, in the wet, it's crazy because, you know, he kind of, I'm going to say, a little overdrove the corner. But once the tires lock on the wet pavement, it doesn't slow down at all.
Yeah, like it's on ice. It
yeah,
just took
exactly.
off.
It's like the tires are working while rolling, and once they lock up.
He was sliding across the top of the surface. And again, the right front tire, it's not turning at all.
So yeah,
just heard him say it's broke.
Yeah, so this is going to be the end of the day for the 5 car. Look at everyone behind. How about Bell? He wanted to go back racing in the rain, whether he knew something
I'm
or was...
sorry, it's done.
Yeah. Kyle's going to be all done. I know he's in the battle for the regular season championship, but that's what 3 wins allows you to do, is to go after that 4th win and be aggressive. You know, he's chasing the 20 who also has those wins and just overstepped.
He comes into this race with a 20-point advantage over Chase Elliott and 43 points over Denny Hamlin, but those are all going to go away here.
20-point advantage and did not run the Coca-Cola 600. Right. So let's be honest, he's a race short and still leading the regular season championship. So he's disappointed because he's a competitor, but this, you know, this is the advantage of, you know, winning those races and getting that advantage early in the season. Dave?
Steve, you asked the question, did leader Christopher Bell know something? Listen to this radio.
Yeah, that was weird. I locked up into 6 also. It's like oil got put down or something. What are you seeing on SMT?
We're crushing everybody on the power down spots on exits. Maybe getting beat a tiny bit in the bigger braking zones, but I wouldn't push it.
So weird was the word he used. And yes, by the way, don't push it on the braking zones. We saw what that result was.
That was Adam Stevens saying we're crushing everyone. So that's pretty good feedback given to your driver.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how much it shifted with the instant feedback and data from the race cars. We see the teams go around. I just think it's still way too early. After seeing Larson, I think it's still way too early to make a change of tire. 11 to go in stage 2. And some of this spreading out you're seeing right here is, I think, you know, they're trying not to get water in their windshield and trying to find a little bit of that, you know, standing or puddling water to cool their tires.
This was the 5 of Kyle Larson. Just could not get it to hook up and slow down, and into the tire bearers he goes at turn 6. Another great shot of NBC Tower. They're looking off toward Lake Michigan. And the skyline here in Chicago has been a great backdrop for this race, the second time that NASCAR has been on the streets of Chicago. Just a reminder, NASCAR has told these teams, and they told them quite a ways ago, that this race we will go to 8:20. And on the left, you see once the race leader crosses the start-finish line, after the time has expired, which you see on the right, the next lap will be the white flag, followed by the checkered flag, and there's no overtime. So that's why you see the countdown clock on the right. Once it hits 0, and then the race leader crosses the start-finish line, the next flag he will see the next time by will be the white flag.
And I love this with this much, heads up, this much, advanced notice for the crew chiefs, because fuel is going to be an issue. Now this is very different because we normally do distance races, but there are no lights here, and this will give the fans the best opportunity, because now that we cross lap 37, we are basically 1 lap from halfway. So it could be just as easy to say, well, we'll just run till dark. Well, that frustrates me, because who says it's dark, right? This is a line that I can now race to. I have control as a crew chief. I can tell my driver where we're at. There's just a lot more definitive ability here. I like this. This is a great move for NASCAR to kind of update these situations.
And again, we have the end of stage 2, which is coming up in 9 laps. 9 to go till the end of stage 2. Looking back on Kyle Busch, that Goodyear on board. Denny Hamlin involved in the incident with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just a few moments ago in turn 6, prior to Kyle Larson getting in there. Marty.
Rick, I want to give a shout out to Todd Gilliland and Ryan Berginti, his crew chief. They are up in 4th, and that is on speed. Todd's been having a career year, and he's been pretty solid at road courses as well, showing the ability to get speed out of the race car. But Steve, this young man continues to impress. If he finishes here, that would tie a career best, oddly enough, also at a road course at Indianapolis.
Doing a great job coming back to front row next year. I think that helps a young driver, right? Just to say, hey, you're our guy. We believe in you. Mike McDowell moving on, but you're going to be our guy. Where we know they have to fill some other seats around him, but doing a great job. And, John Hunter Nemechek right behind him in the 42, also having a really, really nice run. We're still single file restarts. And John Hunter, this is, we talk about opportunities. This is a great run for Legacy Motor Club. He looked good in practice. This is a driver that, when we looked at the speed charts, I thought he had a top 10 car. I really did. I thought he had a real consistent speed. Maybe not the blazing fast lap, but you can tell when they're in control that there's not a lot of movement. So,
John Nemechek talking about the transition to Toyota, new manufacturer for them. So, always a learning experience when they go to the racetrack for the first time, before they can fill their notebook up. And out of 12, they've gone through the restart zone, back under green flag conditions. Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, Todd Gilliland, and Nemechek barreling into turn number 1.
Christopher Bell first to the whip and first away with the lead. Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, Todd Gilliland, all stacking up behind them. Here's Chase Elliott. He's trying to go to work on Ross Chastain of that orange car. Chastain now will make the hard right. Now you've got Elliott and A.J. Allmendinger racing for a spot.
Chastain goes to 6th. That's the race for 7th. You see out the front of Alex Bowman's car, A.J. Allmendinger there in the 13. He'll dispose of Chase Elliott and go to the 7th spot as they all work through 3. This is the race into turn number 4. Alex Bowman, Hendrick Motorsports teammates to the inside here of Chase Elliott. That's the race for the 8th spot. Here's the race into turn number 5 now. Give that spot to Bowman as they hit Columbus Drive.
Alex Bowman now will clear Chase Elliott. What a great view.
Car in the wall in turn number 4. It is the 4 car. Josh Berry went hard into the tire barrier. Everybody's going to scoot by him here for now. You also got Chase Briscoe off over here as well. So 2 Stewart Haas cars able to drive away from the scene, but they both go long and off in turn 4.
Riding along with the Monster Energy on board of Ty Gibbs, and Jeff Burton headed right at you. 7 up to 12. And Bell, Gibbs, Reddick, Gilliland, Nemechek. They're the first 5 that have to test those braking zones, which we have seen a few cars having some difficulties with.
I like what Reddick was doing, putting the pressure on. I think force them into a mistake is just as important as making a mistake yourself. You see right here, the 41 and the 24 side by side. The Ford just way too fast into turn 4, head on into the tires.
And he wasn't the only one. Chase Briscoe in the 14 behind him also missed the turn.
Looking back, so here they come, 41 double file. And you just wonder if the 2 cars in front of them, you just kind of lose perspective in the braking zone. You see the 14 have to miss the corner as well.
4 was running 28th, the 14 was 34th. Mike?
Here they come out of 5, back onto Columbus Drive. Christopher Bell, the red and black car right there leading. And again, the front 5 have stretched themselves out, and they've really checked out from 6th on back. Bell, the first to turn 6, everybody hugging the inside line. This corner is not dry yet, but it is in the process of drying. They're downhill to 7.
Christopher Bell, a little bit ago, was driving away from this group, but now Ty Gibbs is able to keep up, and that Reddick, Gilliland, Nemechek, they all have better pace compared to what they had earlier before that last caution. So not sure if Bell's car has gone away a little bit or these other guys have figured out this wet conditions. You can see what happens if you push too hard, though. It is a risk versus reward scenario. You definitely don't want to overshoot the braking zones.
Yeah, you mentioned push too hard. SVG out of this race. He was the favorite. Second favorite would be Kyle Larson. He hit the tire barrier in turn 6, now standing by with Kim.
Yeah, Rick, and hit it hard. Are you okay, and what happened in turn 6?
Yeah, I'm okay. I think all of us were getting a little bit more confident in our braking, and yeah, I just went to the brakes a little bit deeper kind of each lap, and that time, as soon as I touched the brake, I knew I was in trouble. So yeah, just went straight, wasn't really aiming for anything, just was kind of just going to go where it was going to go. So yeah, it was a big hit. Glad Ty didn't get caught up in it. So yeah, just unfortunate.
It's a disappointed Kyle Larson. To your point, Rick, one of the favorites here this afternoon.
And a big hit.
How helpless that must feel going straight.
Christopher Bell, he is Pied Piper, leading everyone around the streets of Chicago. Allmendinger's in front of Chastain. For a whole new nug, got to be Wendy's. Try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today. You can't stop the sauce. Cloudy skies, the sun trying to peek out just a bit now as we have 34 laps to go in the race. 4 remain in this stage, but again, we have the clock that we've got to deal with, Steve. But also, we've got some betting to do.
Well, DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week, new customers can bet $5 and pocket $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours, and you can see Bell a heavy favorite. Minus 200 means you have to bet 200 to profit 100. Gibbs 2-1, Elliott 6-1, Todd Gilliland 7-1. That might be the lowest live odds Todd Gilliland has ever had. Doing an amazing job, but if you think Allmendinger 10-1, he's up to 6. You never know what could happen. He's really good in the wet so far.
This is not easy. What we're seeing these drivers do right now, it's Christopher Bell out in front, Ty Gibbs running second to him. Working around this somewhat wet track now.
And coming to an intersection here as we put the clock in. Remember, it's now a timed race, 31 minutes and 30 seconds. When they see that mark, next time by will be the white, then the checker. So a couple laps after the clock. Coming 2-3 to go. The question now is, does anybody dare pit before the end of stage 2 under green to put slicks on? Earlier, it was about a 97-second lap time that seemed to make sense. They're at about 102 seconds, so still 5 seconds slower. No taker so far. I think it's just too wet to gamble, but maybe if you're in the back, maybe somebody with no track position will do something. There you go, the 3 comes. 33, the 9 of Chase Elliott. This is the move. You have to do something. Oh, the 8, this is like everybody follow to pit road, Kim.
Yeah, and you saw the 9 of Chase Elliott. Alec Gustafson said we got to do something different strategy-wise. It was who could get the slicks on first. They wanted to be one of the first. Chase Elliott with 4 fresh, slick Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Kyle Busch's radio has been alive with the discussion, and so he brings the 8 car to pit road. Will this help him make the miracle he needs for the 2024 season? 4 slick Goodyear tires going on this Chevrolet.
So now the question is, that was about 10 or 12 cars. Pit road will be closed when this man, Christopher Bell, hits the start finish unless he chooses to pit. Remember, because he's the leader, because he's closing pit road at 2 to go, he still has the option to pit. I think, Jeff, he has to come this time.
Yeah, it's a very interesting
This
call
time,
because
Bell, we're going to have to pit this time.
there you go, there they come. But I just do want to make note that we don't have a drying lane like we saw earlier in the race. It's definitely getting there, but it's taking longer this run than it did early when it rained. But I think if you're going to win this race, the first one to slicks is going to get it done.
And you heard him, we have to pit. Not that we want to pit, but the other teams forced our hand. They know a yellow's coming. So here's Bell, the 54, also going to follow of Gibbs. Gilliland, Nemechek, Reddick. I think everyone's going to come. I'd be shocked if anyone stays on the racetrack. Look at this. It looks like it's caution flag. Everybody's coming to pit road, Dave.
And Steve, this was the call as the drivers gave their feedback. Ty Gibbs hitting his pit stall. The track is not great. It's not great for slicks. They're going to have to be extremely careful as they lead here. Remember,
turn
Gibbs.
6, Austin Dillon is in the tire barrier. He locked it up, and he too has made contact here in 6.
He keeps rolling, and they stay green, Dave.
And there's Christopher Bell. He's got his 4, and he's gone now as well. Bell, the leader of 14 laps so far today. Ty Gibbs, 17 laps. So those leading Toyotas are going to try to make it work from here.
And they're going to have to work gingerly around this racetrack now with these slicks. You see the 20 already. The back fishtailing behind it.
Yeah, because there's still 2 laps to go. 4.4 miles out there on ice, on slick tires, slipping and sliding. You see how much more grip the 10 car has than the 20. That's just the tire difference. The 4 off again. This is in turn 1. It's been a long afternoon in the rain.
Yeah, Josh Berry struggling as we see Noah Gragson work his way through 4 and back to 5, and they're headed back toward you. Joey Hand out in front of this field.
Christopher Bell just tiptoeing into 20, coming out of turn number 5, being passed by Daniel Hemrick. Harrison Burton. Now, this will be the real test. He's got to woe this car down to get into turn 6. Turn 6 is not dry. He's going to ease it on in, but he's got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 47 breathing down his neck. Bell sideways coming out of 6, downhill to 7.
Guys all on slick. Everybody around you is on wet tires. Don't worry about them. Just keep the 54 behind you.
That was great information. He did not understand what he had on tires compared to all those guys that were passing him. What he was told was, don't worry about them. The 54, keep him behind you. That is our race. That's how we're going to win it. These other guys, we're not racing them right now. Do not get yourself in trouble.
Again, Joey Hand scored as the leader. He's out front of Alex Bowman.
And the counter argument, Rick, what is Joey Hand staying on the racetrack for? Well, it wouldn't shock me if he finishes stage 2 and stays on wets. And he said, we're driving right by you guys on slicks. We know we have to get on slicks eventually, but if we are 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap faster than you to start the next stage, I can gap 30, 40 seconds. I can come and pit and blend and still be better than those guys that started on slicks.
Steve, how far do you think you could go on wet weather tires when we know there's a clock? We know there's an end to this race. It's 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes from now.
It's really the speed crossover, right? It's really when do wet weather tires become slower. You see right now, though, Joey Hand leads, but Alex Bowman, he's thinking this stage win would be very important. That is a team that is looking to be pretty decent in the playoffs, looking at points. He's not locked in by any means, so a lot of very important points at the end of this stage. How much is he willing to push it to pass the 60 on the right? You see the footwork of Joey Hand. Right foot brake, or right foot gas, left foot brake. A very more normal NASCAR setup. Oh, look at the 48, Rick. He's on him.
Can he get by? This is the final lap, and Joey Hand looks like he's going to be able to outrun Bowman. Bowman tries to go to the inside, but Joey Hand is going to win stage 2. Alex Bowman finishing in second there for stage 2. That's first career stage win for Joey Hand. Brad Keselowski third. Carson Hocevar and Martin Truex Jr. These are drivers that still are on wet weather tires, did not come before pit road closed. Gregson Hemrick, Stenhouse Jr., Harrison Burton. And 10th is going to be Denny Hamlin in stage 2. So wet weather tires, racing slicks. What is the right strategy as everyone has been sliding around the racetrack here in the Chicago Grant Park 160 presented by Xfinity? make sure to join NASCAR's free rewards program, and you can start earning points and turn into member-only rewards. You can earn every time you check in for a race from home or at the track. Trade points in for tickets, exclusive gear, autographed merchandise, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences. Visit NASCAR.com/fan rewards. There's the Chicago River, a little fuller now after the rain that's come through here. And how about the L there? Yeah, the L for elevated train here that everyone takes. Another characteristic of Chicago and downtown. Beautiful area. Everything's a little greener now too after the rain has gone through. Reminder, you see on the right side of your screen, timed race countdown. When that clock hits 0, and Steve, I'll let you explain.
Yeah, so when that clock hits 0, the leader, once he crosses the start-finish line on the zeros, next lap around white, next lap checkered. So basically you're going to see 2 more laps after the clock expires. Joey Hand on the racetrack won that stage. He has about 25 laps on this fuel run, so he could probably go another 12, 14, 15 laps. Their fuel mileage is probably a little better in the wet. This is going to be a fascinating decision for the leaders, because while Bell and Gibbs came to pit road to put on slicks, they were kind of forced to because so many people did. But I'll be honest, they're off the pace by multiple seconds, 4, 5, 6 seconds slower than the wet tires. So I really think that Hand and Bowman, Keselowski, Hocevar, they might stay on the racetrack. Stenhouse has a ton of fuel in 8th. He was back last on pit road lap 36. So I don't think this is an automatic pit for the leaders. I think Bell's going to have to start in the middle of the pack on slick tires on a wet racetrack.
And if another caution comes out, that eats away a lot of that time race countdown clock.
Great point, Rick. These aren't laps.
Right.
These are minutes. We are now running basically a timed race. So, and I don't think it's completely, crazy to think we might have another yellow since we've had cars and tire barriers all over.
Dave, what about the 6 team?
The 6, they are already in the playoffs with the Darlington win, but that gives them a little bit of flexibility to play some strategy. They're staying out on the wet weather tires. Here was a discussion.
I don't think we can pit here. You're correct, buddy. We still have not got to the lap time. So once we get going back green here, maybe 10 laps, maybe.
Reckon, because they're going to.
And so there you have it. Keselowski making, Steve, that decision that you think might be the one for the right for the race win here this afternoon.
To the lap time. What do they mean by that? Look, this wet weather thing is new. It's kind of new to all of us. So I was looking earlier that 96, 97 second laps were the dries kind of started to take over. The slick tires started to take over, and the wets couldn't really go any faster than that. We saw 101 second laps. We're about 4 or 5 seconds off that. So I don't know of another way, because to ask visually how the track looks and all that just seems to be so judgmental. I like data, Jeff, so I like a lap time threshold.
Yeah, and the visuals of also, right? And what we've seen with the rain conditions is as the track starts to dry, you start getting a groove that's dry. But I want you to notice what this groove is doing. It's the drying part is underneath the center of the car. It's not where the tires are. So the heat from the middle of the car is drying the racetrack, but that is not where the 4 tires are going to be, where you're trying to brake and slow the car down. And even if you get 2 tires on it, that's still not the braking force as if you had 4 in a dry section. So very unusual drying. I think it'll eventually get to 4 tires that you can have in a dry lane, but it's going to take a little bit.
Well, listen, we put the clock in. When you say a little bit, it's not a question. Right. It is a timed race, to remind everyone. So the little bit, the clock is continuing to run.
Under 20 minutes remaining in this race as far as the countdown clock is concerned. And so Joey Hand, here's a guy, 45 years old, from Sacramento, California, the 2011 ALMS GT Class champion. He's a 2-time Daytona 24-hour winner. He's out in front with his BuildSubmarines.com onboard that we've been able to ride along with. How about Alex Bowman, Marty, who's running second?
We talked about their precarious position, trying to make their way into the playoffs on points. Of note, because of that move by Blake Harris, they finished second in that stage, and they have now earned the most stage points today at 14. That could be massive to them. Why did they stay out? Listen to the radio.
Or we stay out, take a shot to win it. What do you think?
Yeah, there's a pretty good dry line around most of the place.
Want slicks and go after it?
I don't know that we're going to win on slicks. We might win on these. That's the only thing.
10-4, staying out.
So credit Blake Harris with that. Also an assist to Chad Knaus, who spent about 2 or 3 minutes on top of the pit box going through that strategy with Blake Harris. And Steve, you've been a part of those discussions sometimes. When the management from Hendrick comes by, there's a lot of thought that goes into that decision to leave the 48 out there. But they have those stage points that could be critical into getting Alex Bowman in the playoffs.
I love the stage points, and I love the call. I think that you know, so many cars, by my count real quick, there was about 20 cars that are on slick. So if you go there now, you know, your best bet, if you're on the right strategy, you're 20th on that strategy, which is a real unfortunate place to be. I mean, if these wets work and you can gap the slicks by 30 or 35 seconds, you can almost pit and still return to the racetrack in front of them.
All right, getting ready for the restart once again. It's Joey Hand that will bring the field back to the front stretch and the green flag. This is extended aerial coverage of the Chicago Grant Park 165 that brought to you by Shady Rays. Out of turn 12, Joey Hand, Bowman, Kozlowski, Hocevar, Truex Jr. all on wet weather tires out in front of the field.
And Joey Hand with a great restart across the start-finish line. But here's Alex Bowman, who'll quickly catch him in turn number 1. They're hanging the left onto Balbo. Now, although about to hand the right onto Lakeshore Drive, Joey Hand still in command off turn 2.
And Truex had a look there on Carson Hocevar down into 1, stayed in line, but he's got a good run here off of turn number 2 as they work down Lakeshore Drive. That's the race for the 4th spot. Truex will go driver's right through turn 3, and here it is down into turn number 4. Hocevar heats way. Truex goes to P4 in the 19. Next on his list, Brad Keselowski in front of him in the 6 car.
Martin Truex Jr. coming to life now out of turn number 5. And yes, Truex with some ground to make up. They race their way down Columbus Drive. There's Joey Hand, first car to turn 6. Alex Bowman 2 car lengths behind, and Brad Keselowski's got a lot of company at the back door. There's Martin Truex Jr. Stenhouse on the comeback trail after getting turned into turn 6 earlier.
Stenhouse on relatively new tires. That's helping him out a little bit. He's taking advantage of it, but out in front of this pack is Joey Hand. This is an accomplished race car driver. He has won the 24-hour Daytona, the 24-hour Le Mans, the 12-hour of Sebring. This guy can get it done. A lot about SVG last year winning this race. Can Joey Hand make it happen today?
Well, it would be pretty amazing. Let's see which drivers are on the move. Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. And on that list is Joey Hand. 29 spots since the start of this race. He has made up. Brad Keselowski 31, the most laps that have been made up to this point. But Joey Hand really hoping that a caution could potentially come out to slow this down as far as much is going on. The 48 now right on his back bumper.
Alex Bowman tried to take a peek right there, but he exercised some restraint off the end of the front straightaway. But Hand cannot shake Bowman as they're racing through turn number 2.
Got a car in the wall. A.J. Allmendinger in turn 12, buried in the tires, and will stay green as the leaders continue to work their way down Lakeshore Drive. For now, race for the lead into turn number 4. Alex Bowman looks to the inside of Joey Hand. Hand slams the door on him. Nose to tail as they work through turn number 5. Hand leads in the 60.
Bowman couldn't execute the move going into 4. His next opportunity is right now going into turn 6. Here they come now. Downshifting and braking into this corner as A.J. Allmendinger continues to try to right his car. Bowman, though, can't send it in there to the inside of Hand. Battle for the lead is still on as he clears turn 6.
Yeah, you can see downhill run, heavy braking zone right here into turn 6. 48 car is a little better than the 6 car. Alex Bowman has got to find a way around. See the car slipping and sliding. Uphill through the loop, now downhill. Bowman is all over the rear bumper. Will he give him a nudge here? Heavy braking zone. Bowman got a good run off the corner. Not enough, though.
These two trying to separate themselves from those that are on the slicks right now. If they can get far enough away, remember that countdown clock is under 13 minutes now. Joey Hand trying to stay in front of Alex Bowman. Bowman all over his back bumper.
Joey Hand's mirrors are filled with Alex Bowman. Here they come into turn number 1. Bowman again looking low. Hand will block the advance. He'll keep the lead out of 1, but Bowman now another opportunity to go to the inside. Will he do it? He's looking. Hand strong out of 2 and onto Lakeshore Drive.
This is where Bowman was good last time. He's closer this lap as they work down Lakeshore Drive through turn 3 on the right-hand side. Out the front of Alex Bowman's car, the Ally on board. Race for the lead. Down into the heavy braking, turn 5. Bowman to the driver's right of Joey Hand. He goes by. Alex Bowman to the lead. Joey Hand tucks in line behind him. They race off 5 in reverse order, but nose to tail.
Alex Bowman in that purple number 48 takes the lead coming onto Columbus Drive, and he's going to lead Joey Hand by about 2 car lengths. On descent into 6. Hand is with him stride for stride. 2-car breakaway for the lead, while Hand now will lose a car length coming off that corner.
Yep, Alex Bowman, we can see he had the best race car. Oh, the 4 in the wall again. This is turn 2. Multiple times he's been in the wall today. See if he can get backed out of there. They're going to try to keep it green as long as they can.
And the cautions come out.
There's the caution.
Out now.
So Josh Berry slamming into the tire barriers. That brings the caution out, and the clock still ticks on the end of this race. Racing the clock in Chicago. You see the countdown. 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Once that's hit 0, and then the race leader crosses the start-finish line. The next time by, he'll see the white flag. The next time by will be the checkered flag. There will be no overtime. And those on the Navy Pier right now are probably enjoying the remainder of this race.
Well, and the threshold for dries and wets were a crossover. That last lap, Christopher Bell was the fastest car on the racetrack, passing 2 or 3 cars. He's sitting 9th. So now the question is, will there be enough laps? Remember, the clock doesn't stop. A yellow, we can finish under yellow. It doesn't matter. Right. Bell, Dave, he needs racing to let those tires work.
Yeah, Steve, during that stint, he picked up 4 positions. And before that, all he really wanted to know was how many laps do you think we're going to run once they go back to green? That's what he asked Adam Stevens. So once the driver knew how much time he had to work with, he got right to work and made the passes. Marty.
Blake Harris has called a fantastic race today for Alex Bowman. He has him on the verge of the playoffs right here. How confident are you that he can hold him off with rain tires when the slick tires seem to be getting quicker?
Yeah, I think we're right on that threshold of the break even, right? Like we kind of had a percentage. So it's really tough to, know that we were within a second or two of our percentage when that stage break came out. But, I got confidence in the driver. I asked him what he wanted to do. I had to put him back to 20th with those stage points in the bank. Or do you want to go after it? And he goes, that's where we're going to win from, is up here, not back there. So we got opportunity here. He's done a great job all day, all weekend, really. We've had a fast Ally Chevy, and we're going to see how it shakes out, man. Need that clock to keep bleeding down. Let our guy take it to him.
Does he have full permission to do whatever he needs to hold Bell behind him or whoever else?
There's nothing else but coming home with the trophy today, and he knows that. I don't have to tell him.
There you go, a playoff spot on the line for Alex Bowman, and yeah, you see it there with those wet tires, but those slicks for Christopher Bell sitting in 9th, getting quicker every lap.
So Jeff, I have a question because I don't know which way I'm leaning. NASCAR said we're going to continue with the single file restart. So for Bell, that means he's farther back from the leader, but less too wide traffic in front to let the slicks work. Do you think single file or double file would be better for the 20?
I think Alex Bowman loves this decision to go single file because you have to remember where the restart zone is before turn 12. He's going to launch and be rolling, and that is not the position Bell's going to be in. He should have a massive gap on Bell getting into turn 1. That, to me, is exactly what Bowman wanted, because if you put Bell in the 4th row, and if the racetrack has grip, he could outbrake everybody. The next thing you know, he's running 4th, and you got to try to get away from him. This is advantage Bowman.
All right, it's a new world for us all, a timed race. We have 5 minutes counting down when the leader sees the double zeros. So the clock has expired and he crosses the start-finish line. The next time around, we will see the white. Then the next time around, we will see the checkered. There will be no overtime. There'll be no extension. If the caution comes out, it's nothing. The clock is the only thing that matters, and once we see zeros, then we'll see the white, then we'll see the checkered. For Alex Bowman, it's all about the restart, though, Rick. He's got to hold off Joey Hand, and back there in the distance, he has Christopher Bell trying to make it happen on slicks.
Are there enough cars between Alex Bowman and Christopher Bell? Because we know Christopher Bell is going to be faster. He's on the slicks, and there is a dry line around this racetrack. The clock continues to count down. Through the restart zone, Alex Bowman back into the gas. He goes through the gears, and down the front stretch he rockets. Bowman, Hand, Keselowski, Truex Jr., Hocevar, Stenhouse Jr., Gregson, Hemrick, and Bell back there in 9th.
Alex Bowman just trying to get out of Dodge right now, trying to get away from Joey Hand, and he'll do it in turn 1. Matter of fact, he'll walk away by about 3 car lengths. Everybody now, trouble in turn number 1. 1 car around, it's Chase Briscoe. Second time today, he has found the tire barrier. First time in turn 1, while the leaders head up Lakeshore Drive.
Got another one in the tires. Look like John Hunter Nemechek. He's able to escape. Christopher Bell has moved by Daniel Hemrick. He's into the 8th spot, so 1 car down as he tries to continue to pick him off as quick as he can. Race leader smoothly through 4 and 5. Bowman continues to lead over Joey Hand as Christopher Bell tries to move forward.
Christopher Bell is in 8th, and he's got to get to it. Time is running out. About 3.5 minutes to go. Up front, it's Bowman and Hand, 1 and 2. Bowman in the purple car, the black and green car, Joey Hand. Hand will complete the pass, complete the journey through turn 6, downhill to turn 7.
It's been 80 races since Alex Bowman last won a cup race. He's got a lot of pressure. With a very good race car driver behind him, Joey Hand, you got to push hard. But we've seen what happens if you push too hard. Multiple cars in the tire barriers. It's a lot of pressure on Alex Bowman, a lot of conversations about him. Driver for Hendrick Motorsports needing to win. Great opportunity here.
And Jeff, you mentioned the number of races before he has got to victory lane. But how about Alex Bowman and where he was coming in? He's 16th in the point standings as we see Bell making another pass on Hocevar, so he's knocked another position away. But Bowman trying to lock himself into the playoffs with a potential win here in Chicago.
And Bowman's walking away from Joey Hand coming into turn number 1 again. He's starting to lengthen it out. John Hunter Nemechek. Trouble out of turn number 12. Oh, right in front of Austin Dillon. Heads up piece of driving by Dillon, who almost collects John Hunter Nemechek, while the leaders again clear turn 2.
Bowman continuing to leg it out over Joey Hand. Truex sideways, he gets into Bell. Hit by Hocevar. That may derail it for Bell. He continues on, but loses all that track position he had gained. Falls out of the top 10. That's a break for Bowman, but another heartbreaking race for Bell. He's got damage in the 20s. He works down turn number 3 and into 4, just trying to keep that car righted. You'll see a replay of it here. They work off of turn 2. Truex sideways, maybe some contact from Stenhouse. It hooks Bell. Heavy contact into the wall, and Hocevar a victim of that as well.
Now it's Gibbs that could be the one in position here.
Yeah, you see right there, just 2 wide, 2 rows. The 6, the 19 gets together. The 19 catches his teammate in the 20. This was off from, I believe, turn 12, the 42 with a big shot to the side of the car. On the bottom right, though, you see the 48 of Bowman. Now 5 car lengths in front of you, Burton.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. He stretched it out a little bit. Still a lot of work to do. He wants a caution right now. Essentially, this race will be over.
A lot of work to do as the countdown clock continues. 1:20.
And just remember, that's not to the end. Double zeros, then the next lap, white flag, then the checkered flag. So there will be racing past the clock. With under 1:10 to go, the 48 leads into 1.
Alex Bowman, you see him zigzagging down the front straightaway, just trying to find as much wet asphalt as possible, considering he's still on wet weather tires. Good battle further back in the pack. Ty Gibbs right now pressuring Brad Keselowski. That's the race for 3rd. Oh, they make contact. 3 wide. What a move by Reddick to pass them both.
Physical racing for 3rd. Ty Gibbs trying to get going. Now we got Denny Hamlin in the tires. Austin Hill there as well. That's on the entry to turn number 1. Hamlin will get away. Hill trying to still get refired. It looks like he'll do so. Headed to turn number 5 as the leaders work through this set of corners over here.
Chaos behind, but leading out front, the 48 of Bowman. 10, 12, 15 car lengths, 26 seconds. He should see double zeros at the start-finish line. That will mean he has to run 1 more lap for the white and then the checkered. So 2 laps after the double zeros, he's in the slow section at the back of the track with 13 seconds left. Jeff, I think he'll see the expiration of the clock this time by.
Yeah, that's exactly what he wanted. He would love to have a caution right now because they would finish it and him not be in it, but when he comes around, he knows what he's going to have to do, and he has stretched it out from Joey Hand. It's going to allow him to be calm and smooth finishing this race off.
As he comes down the hill into turn 12, time has expired. This is basically 2 to go. Next time by, he'll see the white. Rick, the gamble for the 48 on wet tires is paying off. 80 races, you heard Jeff Burton say it, 80 races, Bagley, since the 48 went to victory lane.
Unbelievable. Of all the talk and all the pomp and the circumstance of this race coming in, Alex Bowman's name has not been mentioned once to win this race. But through a late race set of circumstances, Alex Bowman not only passed one of the best road course drivers in the business, Dylan, but he's left him in the dust.
Yeah, he is looking very strong out front, and a battle for 2nd behind him is exactly what Bowman wants to see. He works down Lakeshore Drive, drops a couple gears here into turn number 4. You see it drying. Likes to see that. Just a little bit extra grip on those wet tires as Bowman works through 4 and out of 5. Tyler Reddick has moved around Joey Hand. That was the race for the 2nd spot, but Reddick has it now.
Look at Bowman just trying to get all the wet asphalt he can on those tires. He's going to swing wide into 6. He's going to cut it right there at the apex, swing wide out of the corner, and now set up for the approach downhill into 7.
See the brakes flowing, and yeah, that shows you the confidence he has in the braking of that race car. He's able to drive the car hard on these older tires. He has a ton of confidence in his ability to brake, but he has enough gap. Now it's not so much about running lap time, although Reddick is running him down a little bit. Reddick's been pretty quick, about 2 seconds faster that last lap. Can Reddick mount a charge here?
He's got 1 more time around when he comes by this time. Alex Bowman's going to see the white flag. 1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. Is there enough time? Reddick is the faster car. He is catching Alex Bowman.
And Tyler Reddick's sails are in the wind. He'll cut the left. He's got time to do it. Question is, does he have enough time? 1.7 seconds behind the race leader. Tyler Reddick trying to shut down the separation and trying to score the win today in Chicago.
That gap is shrinking. You can see it visually. Reddick is starting to close. Bowman has been strong down here through 3, 4, and 5, but it's drying out in turn 4. That plays to the advantage of that car, Tyler Reddick. Bowman through 4 out of 5. Here comes Tyler Reddick. He hits the wall. That may be all the gap Bowman needs. He's in the wall as they work to 6.
Tyler Reddick gave it all he had coming through turns 4 and 5. He's given up too many car lengths now to be a factor as Alex Bowman, for the final time through turn number 6, drives away. Tyler Reddick came so close, but he did regroup the car, but now he's 3.6 seconds behind.
Reddick had about 20 lap newer tires on his race car, running Bowman down and simply made a mistake. Got into the wall, and that's allowing Alex Bowman to drive away.
Alex Bowman making his way through Congress Plaza for the final time. He works through turn 10, now 11, up over the railroad tracks and into 12. Alex Bowman has never won on a road course, and now he is going to conquer the streets of Chicago. Alex Bowman has won at Chicago.
Hell yeah, buddy! That's what I'm talking about. Hell of a job, brother. Awesome job.
Oh no. The celebration into the wall, but Alex Bowman's happy. Locked into the playoffs with that move right there, and strategy call, staying on wet weather tires.
Great call. Crew chief, driver on the same page. Bowman drove an amazing final run there. Reddick put the pressure on, made one little mistake, as Jeff Burton pointed out, but there are hundreds of mistakes throughout the race. Just such a great work. It's right here. The 45 is absolutely coming, and he knows it, and he has to get so close to the inside. Just a glancing blow. You see the fire out the pipes where he has to breathe it so he doesn't hit the outside wall, and that was it. Listen into this contact. Clear through 4. Right there in the middle of 5. Contact with the right side door. So close a week ago for the 45. So close again this week, but this man, Alex Bowman, celebration.
12 winners in 2024. Alex Bowman has just added his name to the list. Gibbs was closing the gap as well. Joey Hand with a 4th place finish. McDowell in 5th. Fans sticking it out here on the streets of Chicago, and Bowman maybe taking a page from SVG, doing a little drifting around the street course here.
Well, we're learning about the wet weather tires. They don't do a great burnout. Not a lot of smoke with the wet asphalt, but the pressure had to be building for this driver, right? I mean, Chase Elliott went to victory lane, and you have Larson, William Byron, multiple wins out of Hendrick Motorsports. Remember, this is the first win since his back injury last year. Broke his back, had to miss some races.
And Bubba Wallace decides to...
Well, remember earlier at the 48, spun the 23.
Here in Chicago and using Columbus Drive. This is the reason for all of the tire rubber that you'll see on Columbus Drive. Look at the suites right there and start-finish line now covered in smoke. But a great celebration for Alex Bowman, getting his first win in 2024, which locks him into the playoffs and ending that 80 race drought.
What a dramatic way to end an 80 race winless streak. And what a perfect time to end an 80 race winless streak. His entire team here.
Let's go! Yes, sir!
That's a fun celebration. The pressure off the 48 team. Now officially a part of the 2024 playoffs, Alex Bowman. Boy, Alex, of all the scenarios of a path to the playoff, did you have a road course on wet weather tires on your bingo card?
Man, I don't know. Anytime you go to the racetrack with Hendrick Motorsports, you got a shot. But first off, like we talked earlier, I have to apologize again to the 23 guys. Just messed up and trying to get my windshield wiper on, missed a corner and ruined their day. So I hate that. I'm still embarrassed about it, but we have a trophy to take home, and it means a lot to this team. They put me in position to win the race, and man, I broke my back, had a brain injury, and we've kind of sucked ever since. And I didn't. You start to second guess if you're ever going to get a chance to win a race again. And last one we won, we didn't really get to celebrate. We're going to drink so much damn bourbon tonight. It's going to be a bad deal. I'm probably going to wake up naked on the bathroom floor again, but that's just part of this deal sometimes. So just thanks to Ally and everybody at Hendrick Motorsports, everybody that makes this deal go round, Mr. H and Jeff, and shout out to Chloe at home. She's at home with the pups. It's like the only race she's missed all year, so I'm sure she's pissed off at me for that one, but she's sitting at home with Huck, and yeah, excited to get home. It's going to be a good night.
Biggest win of Alex Bowman's career. He is a part of the 2024 playoffs and a winner here on the streets of Chicago, Rick.
More to come. You see the emotions for Alex Bowman. He talked about the trials that he has had to go through with the broken back, the issues that he's dealt with, brain injury you mentioned,
and you saw that embrace with Blake Harris. First career win as a crew chief. So that pressure that the 48 was feeling, not just driver, crew chief as well.
Jack Canals, you see him celebrating there, a part of this Hendrick organization for so long, and saw so many wins for that 48 team. Plenty more on the other side of the break when we come back.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.